I request all the participants to come forward and take your seats. Occupy their seats on the dais. Namaskar. Languages have always existed in contact and shaping one another through dialogue, convergence, and shared human experience. In the Bharatiya linguistic tradition, this intrinsic unity among diverse languages has been a defining strength. Bharat has long upheld a rich tradition of linguistic coexistence where plurality has never stood in opposition to unity. This conference seeks to revisit and reaffirm that spirit through the perspective of Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, encouraging reflection on linguistic solidarity and the need for decolonized approaches to language studies that foreground harmonization rather than division. Respected dignitaries on the dais, honorable guests, esteemed faculty members, and my dear participants, a very good morning to one and all present here. Shubho Shukal. It is with immense pleasure that I warmly welcome you all to the two-day conference on Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, Contact and Convergence, conducted by the Department of Linguistics, Central University of Kerala, along with the Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti, Bharat Sarkar. To begin this auspicious occasion, I invite Ms. Ashwati, research scholar from the Department of Linguistics, to lead us in prayer. Kindly rise for the prayer.
Maitrim bhajata akhila hrajetre. Maitrim bhajata akhila hrajetre. Atmavadeva paranabe pashyada. Atmavadeva paranabe pashyada. Yuddham tyajata spardha tyajata tyajata paresha kramakramanam. Maitrim bhajata akhila hrajetre. Maitrim bhajata akhila hrajetre.
Please be seated. I now invite Dr. S. Tenarisu, Head, Department of Linguistics, to deliver the welcome address and formally welcome this distinguished gathering.
Thank you. Very good morning, one and all. So I welcome you all for a 2 days conference on Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, Contact and Convergence. So we are happy to invite you all for today, and I could see many of the senior professors and also our former colleagues, lot of people here, and I'm thankful to all of you for being here with us. And so let me just say, since it's my duties to welcome, I welcome most respected our Professor Joseph Koipalli sir and Dean Academics Affairs CUK, also our Dean School of Languages and Comparative Literature. I also welcome our inaugural Professor G.K. Panikar, who will be inaugurating our program, and the Honorable Director, International School of Dravidian Linguistics, Trivandrum. Welcome you, sir, and the Department of Linguistics UK. And Professor also will be releasing our this book and also distributing prize. I also welcome our senior most professor and Professor R.C. Sarma sir, and who will be giving us a keynote address in this conference. Welcome you, sir, on behalf of the Department of Linguistics UK. Also, I also welcome our colleagues and Dr. Ching and Gauri Shankari, who will be presenting the conference theme. Also, I welcome all my colleagues and Professor Sonal Kulkarni Joshi and Department of Linguistics, Deccan College Postgraduate and Research Institute from Pune. Welcome you, madam, and thank you for being here. Also, I welcome Professor K. Sri Kumar and Professor from University of Lucknow. Welcome you, sir, on behalf of our CUK. I also welcome Professor Keshav Murthy, Professor from Department of Dravidian and Computational Linguistics and Dravidian University. Welcome you, sir. I also welcome and our other professors, and our Professor Srinathan is here, and our who was leading our department initially. Thank you, sir, for being here, and we welcome you, sir. And he is a retired professor from our department, as well as Elutachan Malayalam University, Tirur. I welcome our former colleagues and our dear beloved sir and Dr. Ravi Shankar S. Nair, sir. Welcome you, sir, on behalf of the department, and we welcome you, sir. Also, I welcome Professor Naresh Annam and from KALS University of Hyderabad. Welcome, Naresh, and thank you for being with us. Also, other scholars, Dr. Saidalavi, and hope that they will be professors will be joining us. Also, Dr. Prema from Kerala University. Welcome you, madam. Also, our colleagues. We have Joseph Skaria, sir, and welcome you, sir, and he is a retired professor from Department of Malayalam, and Changanachari. Welcome you, sir, and we also welcome Dr. Sivaprasad Ponnan, and also Professor M.V. Nadeshan, and also our Professor P. Sri Kumar, and coordinator, and also he is the main person, and without him that is his program. And thank you, Sri, for bringing all the scholars in one place, and good to see all of them in one place. And thank you one and all my colleagues and our research scholars and students, and all the our media people, everybody. Welcome you all for this 2 days conference. I hope this is going to be a wonderful get together across the India's scholars, and coming over here and discussing on this topic, and I hope you will enjoy and you will understand something. I request especially the scholars and of our department and students, and please be here and listen to them, and I'm pretty sure you will learn something new, because we have very good scholars with us and a senior professor across India. So thank you one and all for being here, and thank you for this wonderful time. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for those gracious words of welcome. We take a moment to remember the sad demise of Professor Pramod Pandey, retired JNA professor and pioneering researcher in Indian languages. To share a few words in his memory, I invite Dr. Anushree to address the gathering.
At the very outset of this inaugural session of Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, Contact and Convergence, we pause to remember and honor the life and legacy of Professor Pramod Pandey, former Professor of Linguistics at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and former Vice Chancellor of Deccan College, Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune, who passed away on the 19th of this month. His last rites were held yesterday in New Delhi. His passing marks a profound loss to the field of linguistics, to academic institutions across the country, and to all those who had the privilege of knowing him. Professor Pandey's life journey itself reflected the linguistic and cultural plurality of India. As he mentions in his own biography, he was born in a suburb of Varanasi in the direction of Sarnath, Uttar Pradesh, and moved at an early age to Dibrugarh, Assam, and later to Pune, Maharashtra. These formative years across regions and languages quietly shaped his lifelong engagement with Indian linguistic diversity. His introduction to linguistics began remarkably early. In 1968, he was introduced to the IPA by his father, Sudhagar Pandey, an experience that planted seeds for what would become a distinguished academic career. After completing his BA from Fergusson College, Pune, he realized that his intellectual interests were divided productively between literature and linguistics. He went on to earn a master's degree in English from the University of Pune in 1975, followed by a master's degree in linguistics from Deccan College, Pune in 1977. He pursued further studies at the Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages, the then CIFL, now IFLU, Hyderabad, where he was awarded an MLit degree in 1980 and later completed his PhD in linguistics from Deccan College, Pune in 1985. Professor Pandey was privileged to be trained by some of the most eminent linguists of the time, Professor Ashok Arkelkar, who was his PhD supervisor, and Professor M.V. Nandakarni, who was his MLit supervisor, S.K. Varma, H.S. Biligari, P. Bhaskara, R.K. Bansal, and K.P. Mohanan, among others. These mentors introduced him to a wide range of approaches: structural linguistics, generative grammar, systemic functional grammar, functional and applied linguistics, which led him to a deeply held conviction that linguistics is a discipline where formal and functional explanations must be meaningfully integrated. Over a career spanning more than 4 decades, Professor Pandey was involved in teaching English and conducting research in linguistics at several institutions in India and abroad, including Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, Sana University in Yemen, South Gujarat University, and the University of Jabalpur. Prior to assuming administrative leadership, he served with distinction as professor at the Center for Linguistics, School of Language and Cultural Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, till October 2019. His contributions to phonology and linguistics are particularly significant. He interacted and collaborated with leading scholars such as Paul Kiparsky, Hans Hock, Rajendra Singh, Nick Clemens, John McCarthy, Bruce Hayes, and Carolyn Ferre. His participation in the Linguistic Institute at Stanford University in 1987, especially the courses taught by Bruce Hayes and John McCarthy, inspired his landmark project on phonological sketches of Indic languages. This culminated in the 2-volume work, Sounds and Their Patterns in Indic Languages, which was published in 2014 by the Cambridge University Press, India, a major contribution to the study of Indian linguistics. Professor Pandey also played a crucial national role as UGC Subject Coordinator for Linguistics under the EPG Pathshala program from 2013 to 2018, overseeing the creation of postgraduate level e-content made freely available to students across the country. His videos are still available on YouTube. He served on special teams working in cognitive learning and behavioral sciences and the development of speech resources, and was a valued member of Board of Studies at institutions such as the Center for Folk Languages and Culture, Central University of Jharkhand, and the Center for Linguistics, Central University of Rajasthan, among others. In recognition of his academic stature and leadership, Professor Pandey assumed charge as the Vice Chancellor of Deccan College Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune. He was there until October 2024. Beyond his formidable academic achievements, Professor Pandey will be remembered for his intellectual humility and human warmth. He believed deeply in what he called the value of innocence in education, cautioning that a rigid and tendentious belief could constrict one's understanding. This philosophy informed both his scholarship and his mentoring. On a personal note, I consider it a privilege to have met Professor Pandey in person. I was deeply touched by his simplicity and down-to-earth nature. Despite his towering academic stature, he was remarkably approachable. I cherish a brief conversation we had over a cup of tea, during which he kindly inquired about my research interest and engaged me in thoughtful discussion on our shared area of interest, phonology. That short interaction left a lasting impression on me, not merely for its intellectual depth, but for the generosity and respect with which he listened and responded. In Professor Pandey's passing, the discipline of linguistics has lost a distinguished scholar, an inspiring teacher, a visionary academic leader, and a compassionate human being. Yet, his ideas, his writings, and the many students and colleagues he mentored ensure that his legacy will continue to guide and inspire us. As we begin this conference on Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, Contact and Convergence, let us remember Professor Pandey by reaffirming the values he stood for: openness to multiple perspectives, intellectual rigor tempered with humility, and a deep respect for linguistic diversity. I now request everyone present here to kindly observe a moment of silence in respectful remembrance of Professor Pramod Pandey. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Professor Joseph Koipuli Joseph, Dean, Academic Affairs, CUK, to deliver the presidential address.
Respected Professor G.K. Panikar, the Honorary Director of the International School of Dravidian Linguistics, Thiruvananthapuram, Professor R.C. Sharma, former Professor of Department of Linguistics and whose idea we are expanding into a seminar today, Head of the Department, Dr. Dhenarashu, Dr. Ching, after this, Professor Sri Kumar, the organizer of the seminar, respected and very scholarly professors and linguists and friends of the department, dear scholars and my dear students. This is a very interesting seminar. I've gone through the statement of the seminar, which in a way states the critical issues regarding language communities, the impact of colonial linguistics, and the need for reform in linguistic studies in India. If you look at the structured analysis of the central ideas of the statement, all languages across the world are in contact, convergence, and change. This is one of the things that they state there. Second one, colonial linguistics, which introduced modern linguistic studies in India, placed divergence over convergence. And third, this adversely affected the linguistic diversity. It adversely affected linguistic solidarity. What is meant by linguistic solidarity is that the intrinsic unity among the people who speak different languages of India is affected. Now, when I thought about this topic, I came across several issues. First one was some of them which the central ideas, is all acknowledged, accepted ideas. One of them is the interconnectedness of languages and language communities. India being a huge country with more than, I don't know how many languages, Professor Srinathn will be able to say, People's Linguistic Survey of India, there we listed about 800 languages, but the government of India say that it is more than 1,500. You know better than me coming from English department. But there is an interconnectedness with them, but there are diverse language groups in India, language families, and different scripts, and different systems, and different linguistic philosophies. By acknowledging them, are we obliterating them into a simple Bhasha Pariwar is another question which we have to think about. So they claim that language communities are in constant contact regardless of linguistic differences underscores the reality of cultural and linguistic exchange. This reflects the contemporary linguistic anthropology's understanding of language as fluid and dynamic. But this assertion suggests a globalized perspective of language, emphasizing the convergence rather than divergence. This is backed by contemporary socio-linguistic theories that recognize that language evolves through interactions with our other languages and cultures. In India, we see that from one end to Asedu Himachalam, when we say Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, many people understand that. In Kerala, certainly we understand as if it is Malayalam. Even though this comes from Sanskritized words, there are heavy Sanskritized words are there. Most of the vocabulary, the lexemes, are from Sanskrit. But in Kerala, we easily understand. But I don't know whether in the area where Dr. Ching comes from, it is that easily understood. But then we are trying to formulate that. So second one is colonial linguistics and its effects. The statement argues, again, that the colonial linguistics prioritized divergence, creating a framework that emphasizes separateness and distinctiveness of language rather than their interconnectedness. This historical perspective will lead us to undervaluation of linguistic convergence, which is the foundation of linguistic diversity of India. This critique acknowledges how colonial power dynamics have shaped not just political and socio-economic structures, but also academic disciplines, including linguistics. The emphasis on divergence can perpetuate a legacy that marginalizes indigenous linguistic practices and understanding. That is exactly the relevance of this seminar. We would like to look at the marginalized languages and bring them to the foreground, encouraging a dialogue of the linguists or the practitioners of language from all Indian languages. That's what we call Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, where none is left out. Even the last man, the last speaker counts. Also, it speaks about linguistic solidarity. The concept of linguistic solidarity is pivotal as it suggests a deep-rooted unity among the speakers of diverse languages. India is characterized by its vast linguistic diversity, but this diversity can foster a sense of shared identity and mutual understanding when viewed through the lens of convergence. So linguistic diversity points to the need to recognize and promote positive relations among language communities, which can be compromised when language hierarchies are enforced. Very interesting. When language hierarchies are enforced, this unity or this what we call linguistic solidarity gets affected. Now, even recently we saw there's a controversy yesterday or day before yesterday in Tamil Nadu Assembly where Tamil Thai was sung and Janaganamana was not sung. So these are political positionings as a result of certain hierarchies that are being introduced. Well, we may have to think about that as well. So the limitation of modern linguistic studies is another concept that we look at. The critique of modern linguistic studies in Bharat had a limited impact. This highlights a potential disconnect between the academic practices and the lived realities of language communities. So this makes a call to reconsider how linguistic research is conducted and utilized, urging that it should be more than rooted in local context and concerns alone. The neglect of indigenous approaches and knowledge systems in favor of colonial perspectives acts as a barrier to true linguistic advancement and solidarity. We do not ignore, we do not undervalue the colonial contributions to linguistics, but then anchoring on that to our movement forward is creating a problem for us. So there is a call for reform for the decolonization. That is another aspect of this seminar, another aspect of this, another central idea that we have. The statement advocates for the urgent reforms to decolonize the linguistic paradigm. This involves questioning and revising the frameworks that maintain divergence, suggesting a shift towards models that recognize and promote linguistic convergence. The concept of Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar seeks to bring together diverse linguistic communities under the unified yet diverse umbrella, promoting collaboration, understanding, and exploration of shared linguistic heritage. Now, so far what I said was the central ideas projected by the statement. Now, if we take a critique of that, there are certain debating points here. After all, a seminar is supposed to have debates, and not everybody agrees with one another, there is no seminar. This statement is a potential oversimplification. Whatever I said so far risks potential oversimplification. While the statement rightly criticizes colonial legacies, it may oversimplify the complexities of linguistic interactions. Not all linguistic divergences can be attributed to colonial structures, as many of the linguistic phenomena are also influenced by the internal socio-political dynamics, regional identities, and modernization process itself. So we cannot just find an external threat elsewhere. We have internal issues and we have contextual reasons for this divergence. Impact of globalization, we cannot forget it. The role of globalization in facilitating new forms of language contact and convergence is also significant. It is not only among the languages in India we have convergence. Today we perhaps are more in touch with the languages outside the boundaries of India. So this also brings another kind of convergence thanks to globalization and modern communication technologies, with the implication for how languages influence and adapt to each other. If Chinese becoming the language of international trade tomorrow, certainly we will have impact of that. In Kerala, we already had impact of that. Kerala, as we know, is one of the most cosmopolitan, Malayalam is one of the most cosmopolitan languages that we have. Many words that we speak in Malayalam come from Arabic, comes from Portuguese or Latin, and English, and Tamil, and Sanskrit, and Telugu, and Kannada. So we have a kind of convergence happening here. Even our language, not only words, content words, but also our grammar is affected. So a kind of convergence happened. And that's why Professor Srinathn calls it, one of the most communicative language in India. We had a long debate about that. A language with most communicative potential. Any ideas appearing anywhere can easily be translated into Malayalam, or Malayalam claims that, because we have that kind of a convergence. Pragmatic considerations for reforms are necessary. The call for reform must consider practical implementation strategies. What does decolonization look in practice is important. How can it be balanced with the necessity for rigorous scientific approaches? And there may be potential resistance as well from academic institutions which refuse to move away from traditional paradigms. This is a challenge academics have to face. But we have to understand the problem, then take a step. This resistance may stem from institutional inertia, lack of investment in research that focuses on convergence, or the challenges redefining academic sources around linguistics. Speaking about it, emotion, when language is touched, everybody is emotional about language. But emotion doesn't lead to research. It may lead to research by vested interests. If you want to invest in language, if you want to invest in research, you need to attract the best people into linguistics. And then it needs funding. Without proper funding in the required areas of research, we will not be able to develop this particular discipline. We had a great chance when we took up computational linguistics. Certainly we have advanced in that region, but some others advanced more than us. We were in the equal footing at a particular point of time, and we missed the boat. Certainly some languages do take it up, there is no doubt about it. Now we have fast translations, but it has to go beyond the translations. When Dr. Srinathan was heading the Department of Linguistics in this department, we started by distributing laptops to all the students, MA students, hoping to collect the corpus of old Malayalam. That was way back in 2010, I think. Had we started that project then, now it is about 16 years, we would have gone far ahead. But several things led to taking away the laptops from the students, and department went in a certain other direction. So simplicity, when I said that it looks simple in one way, simplicity can come from two things. Simplicity can come from ignorance, or simplicity can come from scholarship. The simplicity from ignorance is found in the arguments in the street. But we need to understand that this simplicity, academic simplicity, comes from scholarship and serious scholarship. And that serious scholarship comes from hard work and discipline. That is why universities are necessary. Language contact is no longer geographic. It's another reality that we have to wake up to. The idea that India as a geographic unity is a contestable one. India lives even outside India, the geographical boundaries of India. The diasporic community that we have carry India with them. So India, but then can we include that India? We contest the idea of the geographical India. Here is what Anderson speaks about: imagined communities. It all is up there. And political end of the assertion should come from the intended outcome. There must be an end, a reason for conducting this seminar. And what is the intended outcome of this seminar depends on a certain view. That view, academics have to debate and decide. And the threat of recolonization, replacing another neo-colonization, is also to be challenged. Replacing the white sahib with the brown sahib, or one language with another, is also not an acceptable phenomenon. Even the last language counts. Even the last language is as important as the hierarchically first language. These are the ideas I wish the conference will take up, debate, and go forward. I wish the conference all the very best. I congratulate the organizers for coming up with such a wonderful theme and bringing it to Central University of Kerala, where students from all across India studies. and also for bringing many scholars from all across the world. Some of the brightest minds I can see here in front of me. And Professor Panikar sir is our old friend, one of the from the beginning batches of the University of Kerala. Professor Sharmaji was our advisor in when I was studying in JNU. He was our advisor to the department. He used to come there. And Pramod Pandey, although we did not work together, he was also a frequent visitor to the Department of Linguistics, English and Linguistics at that time, although he joined much later. We have scholars, an array of scholars out here. I don't want to name everybody, Shri Kumar, and another Shri Kumar, Keshav Murthy, Skaria sir, Ravi Shankar sir, Komalji. So everybody, I wish this seminar will contribute the effort of everyone, and many of them are to come. I wish this seminar all the success and congratulate the department and Dr. Shri Kumar for organizing this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for your visionary words. Now we are moving on to the inauguration part. I request our respected dignitaries to kindly proceed for the lighting of the ceremonial lamp.
Dipajyoti param jyoti.
Dipajyoti param jyoti. Dipajyoti janardanaha. Dipo haratu me papam. Dipajyoti namostute. Shubham karotu kalyanam. Arogyam sukha sampadaha. Dvesha buddhi vinashaya. Atma jyoti namostute. Atma jyoti pradiptaya. Brahma jyoti namostute. Brahma jyoti pradiptaya. Guru jyoti namostute.
Please be seated. Today, we are really blessed to have with us the Honorable Director of International School of Dravidian Linguistics, Thiruvananthapuram, Professor G.K. Panikar. So let me introduce Professor before we get into his inaugural address. Professor G. Keshava Panikar joined the Department of Linguistics, University of Kerala as a faculty member in the year 1963 and retired from there as professor and head. He was a student of eminent linguists like Professor T.P. Meenakshi Sundaram, Professor V.I. Subramaniam, and Professor Suniti Kumar Chatterjee. He has also got short-term training in phonetics and field linguistics under Kenneth L. Pike. Professor G.K. Panikar was one of the founder members of the DLA and ISDL. He was the first treasurer of the Dravidian Linguistic Association of India and also served this association as its secretary, vice president, correspondent, and dean. In 1976, when International School of Dravidian Linguistics was formed, Professor was nominated as its secretary. He also functioned as its director during 2014 to 18. For the past 12 years, Professor holds the editorship of the International Journal of Dravidian Linguistics. He became the director of the International School of Dravidian Linguistics again from 2022 onwards. Professor G.K. Panikar has 10 books authored and edited and several articles for his credit. 24 students have taken MPhil and 10 students have done their PhD under his guidance. Professor was a member of the Syndicate of the University of Kerala twice and the Executive Committee member of the Dravidian University, Kuppam. He also served as a member of the Senate of the University of Kerala and also of the Tamil University, Tanjavur. He was a member of the various UGC committees and also served as a subject expert for the UPSC. So with that, I invite Honorable Director of the International School of Dravidian Linguistics, Thiruvananthapuram, Professor G.K. Panikkar, to deliver the inaugural address. We welcome you, sir.
Dear Professor R.C. Sharma, one of the leading lights of this Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, and his services to the nation by initiating this works on Bhasha Pariwar and organizing the seminar and conferences of this topic all over India is naturally a welcome thing, and it is a service to the nation. So also, I have to thank Mr. Joseph Koipalli. Both of us, I think you also belong to Kuttanad area. So both of us belong to the same place. Naturally, the people from Kuttanad, wherever they go, they have some sort of intimate feeling among themselves when they say that they are from Kuttanad. Others may not be knowing what Kuttanad is. It is a place in the Tolgapiyam, a grammar, Tamil grammar, about 2,000 years back. In that work also we have the reference of Tolgapiyam. That's a different thing. I'm in Kuttanad. I don't want to go into such details. So my friend Professor Tennarasu and then Professor C. Kumar, who has kindly invited me here. And more than that, I have great pleasure to see Professor Sonal Kulkarni Joshi, since we have met long years back and almost we have forgotten, we know we have correspondences, but for the 15 years or so, we have not seen at all, even though I used to go to somewhere and she used to go. So it is a great fortune for me. Actually, I wanted to see her, and so it is after 15 years I see her. A great linguist as far as she is concerned. There is no need to have any introduction. And then so many other professors, Sri Kumar, and then Srinathan and Devi Shankaras Nair and Keshav Murthy, and so many other people are here. So I am proud to be here to inaugurate this particular session, especially as Professor Joseph has pointed out, at a period where maybe due to political ends or petty gains, many of the political parties try to exploit the language for their selfish motives and to make rifts among the people of India. At such a context, it is the duty of the linguist to prevent such narrow-minded parochial actions and to see that the thread of unity among the Indians and through that the unity and cohesion of Indian languages. By the by, I have to see, you see, there was not so much of enmity in former years. We do not have English education at those periods, but even then, you see, my grandfather's father, that is great-great-grandfather, now I am 86, and almost my predecessors have died at the age of 100, 105, 96, like that. So my grandfather's father, maybe about 300 years back, he had gone to Kashi. Not alone he, at that time, many people from south go to Kashi. They don't know English. Different states, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Karnataka, and like that, they go travel, and everywhere they are received and there was not a problem for communication. The people were cooperating, and people were seeing that all of them are Indians. Similarly, as somebody has pointed, I was a student of Annamalai University, and where the famous Chidambaram temple is there. We can see a lot of North Indians in the Chidambaram railway station, and they were uneducated people. They don't know English, but they were cordially hosted by these Tamils and Andhras and all these people. So people had love and affection in ancient India, even though we do not have a language like English, even at that time. But that's a different things now because of so many factors that we don't go into the details of that. But somehow we have to have the oneness, and for that, naturally, there is not so much of rift as far as these politicians try to do that. It didn't have much impact on common people even now. But anyway, I am really proud to be here in this context. One thing. And the second thing, all of us need to be proud where in a country like India, where people say 6 language families exist, that is, everybody knows Indo-Aryan. Traditionally, people say whether all these are real families or not, I don't know. But traditionally, people say that we have Indo-Aryan, we have Dravidian, we have Austroasiatic, that is Bunda, we have Sino-Tibetan, and recently found this great Andamanese and Kadai. But no other country has so much language families coexist, and so many languages also coexist and speak without having rivalry. And that too, thousands and thousands of years we live together without having any problem from the linguistic point of view. Other types of political rivalry due to land grasping and all may be there, but due to language factor, we do not have much wars over the language. Hindi is the language, or Rajasthani is the language, and for that quarrel, like that quarrels were not there in the ancient times. So peacefully we were coexisting, as the seminar has pointed out, contact and convergence. And because of that, thousands of years coexistence, we had certain cohesion and unity. By the way, in my student days, even now that problem is not solved, I was doing this linguistics MA at that time. What our professors say, that the differences, you see, between the language, dialects, etc., the most thing what we have to see is, here it is, not the similarities in lexicon, but we have to search for the 2 languages are different or not, or 2 dialects are different or not. That is to be decided not purely based on the lexical items, but based on the structure, based on the linguistic structure we have to have. If some similarities are there in lexical items, don't bother, but if we have more structural differences, we need to consider them as separate languages, or that comes for family relationship also. Whether that family is different from this family, that means more structural variations have to be there. But somehow, from my younger days onwards, people say that Indo-Aryan languages we have, Indo-Aryan languages have some lexical resemblances with the other languages of the Europe. And then, even though when we take the structure of the European languages and the Indo-Aryan languages of our India, a lot of structural differences are there. Even though some cognates like words are there, of course, for father, mother, brother, sister, etc., we can see similar words in European languages as in Sanskrit. But from the structural point of view, we can see our Indo-Aryan languages have a lot of difference between Indo-European. But even then, the linguists consider Indo-European the Indo-Aryan languages as a sub-branch of Indo-Iranian and which is a branch of Indo-European. That means as related to Indo-European. Whether it is right or wrong, that is not the question I am asking. Why it so happened? Even if it is same family, why so much of structural differences are there? But even then we try to connect the European way of thinking or whatever it may be. Why it is so? How to solve this problem? Why? An answer to this question, when families are naturally, even if two languages are different, structurally, naturally some differences will be there. If the differences are more and more, when it comes to a family, more structural differences are there. When we have more structural differences, even then we try to connect our Indo-Aryan languages with Indo-European. The reasons are not known, may be right or may be wrong. We need to have further investigation. And when our languages have common shared features, especially in the structure, naturally there can be three reasons. One, the family. If languages belonging to the same family ought to have common characteristics, not only in the phonology, morphology, and syntax, and even in the lexical items. But of course, lexical items can be borrowed also, sometimes borrowed, but even in structure, there are more similarities there. Another factor is by coexistence and close contact, as he has pointed out, close contact and convergence, and by that we can have thousands of years, as we see in India, living together. And sometimes even quarreling and then getting friendship, and all these things will be there as the tendency of human beings. Like that, people live in an area, there can be shared features. And the third aspect will be regarding some substratum influence. So naturally, when we say India as a linguistic area, both the second and third factors, the coexistence between different languages belong to different families, and also the substratum influence as far as the definition of India as a linguistic area comes. So second and third. Of course, I think the proper word, as Professor Samaji in his book, in this book, it is pointed out, India as a linguistic area, that is not the proper term. It is India as a linguistic league, language league. That is a better term, like that in this book I have read. That is a different question. But these two aspects we have to see. But there, somehow we forget our Indian grammarians and Indian traditions. Of course, in our linguistic courses we see Panini is not taught for our linguistics MA people, and so similarly Tolkappiyam and traditional grammar is one thing we neglect. But more than that, even the Indian linguists, prominent linguists, are not taken care of to the extent what we need to have. For example, some Sunit Kumar Chatterjee, of course, he has taught me for some time in summer schools, two summer schools, 2 months. But that's not the question, because not due to my respect and friendship towards him. The first man, to my knowledge, not Emino, who has pointed out the term, Chatterjee has taught India as a linguistic area, the term is not mentioned by him. But Chatterjee has, Sujit Kumar Chatterjee, our national professor, he has stated the contact, convergence, and thousands of years contact between these divergent linguistic groups, and by that we have a composite culture is developed, common culture, common linguistic features have developed, like that he says. And then he says that even though we have different languages belong to different families, all these languages have shared, and now we have many linguistic features common to these languages. He didn't say linguistic area, but in India we can see common structural features And then first he gives permanence to Indo-Aryan and Dravidian, and then there he explains not alone of Indo-Aryan and Dravidian, but also Munda and Sino-Tibetan features are amalgamated, and in all these languages we can see sharing of these things. And then he has listed 19 common features among the Indian languages. Before, it was in 1923, first edition of Origin and Development of Bengali language. You know, that is a famous work in 3 volumes for his dealings. Origin and Development of Bengali language, published in Europe in 1923, and his Calcutta edition came in 1926. Whereas Yamino has given that article, produced that article in 1956, and the content is same, but the only thing is Suniti Kumar Chatterjee has not pointed out, or the naming is not given. India as a linguistic area, that has not been given by him. He says that is a common features are found, everything is fused together. The word, very often he uses, these languages are fused together like that. So, I was not reading this. Like that it goes. And so that is, at that time, Suniti Kumar Chatterjee's time, naturally, this substratum influence, that he doesn't mention. But at the same time, this contact and convergence, that was there. And then the subsequently, naturally, that's also right. Many people have come after Venos, the substratum influence of Professor Sonal Kokkarji is there, Southwark, and so many people have done mistake. And I don't want to say a good number of linguists have come to this substratum influence. Naturally, that is one possibility to have common. Additionally, contact and convergence, one thing. And the second thing, I mean, the first I told family relationship. And other than that, these two, and this, there might have been some substratum influence also. People think it that way. And there too further investigations are needed in what way these substratum influence influence all these languages. In all the places it comes, not only in one area. When Sonal has worked on the Kannada influence on Marathi, but only in that way it comes. But the same features are how we find in Bengal, how we find in Uttar Pradesh, and similarly how we find such features in Tamil Nadu or in Kerala. All over India, certain features are found common. If that is the case, there might have been some substratum influence, but not limited to a particular area as such. It should have been all over India, some language or maybe Sanskrit or Tamil or whatever it may be, which we don't know at the moment. Some ancient language might have been there or might not have been there. We want further research on that topic. And we cannot agree with Michael Witzel. Michael Witzel says that there is Paramunda, and then from Paramunda he comes another term, Mehua, someday, Mehel, what is that? Melua, like that, and he gives name, and that was the language which once existed all over India before the Indo-Aryan and Dravidian and other languages. But at the same time, he considers it related to Paramunda. But that's a different matter. But the possibility for that is rare, since even if Munda we agree, interestingly, Sunit Kumar Chatterjee also is of the same view in the sense that among these languages, according to him also, the Munda is considered to be the earliest. I mean, when considered to Aryan and Dravidian, for him, and this Michael Witzel also says, Kuiper also says, but it is immaterial. Going for which language is earlier in India, whether Dravidian is earlier or Munda is earlier or Aryan is earlier, is actually immaterial, only academic interest that doesn't have any sort. We all of us are Indians, thousands and thousands and thousands of years. We live together. And then the question of which one was earlier came to India, whether all these languages came from outside to India, or some of us have gone outside, from India to outside. All these are irrelevant questions. We stay together more than 10,000 or 20,000 or how many years? Nobody knows. And then what is the question of saying that people come from outside or we go from? And in that case, the theory goes that everybody knows the modern theory is language is originated in Africa, and from Africa it migrated to all over the world in different places. All such questions are not very relevant as far as that is concerned. Why I say is, in many instances in this book, I have seen that Aryan invasion was not there. There is no need at all to mention that whether Aryans have come to India or they were in India itself, or whether the Dravidians have come to India, or whether they are the original settlers. In two chapters or three chapters, this in our book, the Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, the discussion on Aryan invasion is made, that there is no need to have such discussions at all, except for the academic interest. As far as we are concerned, we need to have pride as Indians, and all of us are Indians, whether we have come from outside or we have gone to outside, whether roots are in India or not, whatever it may be. And in short, what I would like to mention is that this is a great work as far as this Bhasha Pariwar is doing, that we have to have a unity amongst all of us, especially in this modern era where so many types of rifts are trying to ignite variations amongst people, maybe about Hindi or maybe about Tamil or all these things. Naturally, we have to see that everybody should be, the common people already, there is no problem as far as our common masses are concerned. The educated elites, so-called elites, make these creation, divisions, or title divisions for their personal endings, personal needs, to satisfy their personal egos. So the linguist in the modern era has a duty to see that Indian languages are to be promoted, and there we have to play a great part, and also to foster the unity of Indian languages instead of just enumerating their divergences and then stating that the Tamil is the latest language in the world, or Hindi is the latest language in the world, or like that. All languages are equal, all languages are competent to make communications. So with that, we pray for the development of Indian languages and the unity of Indian languages, and see that much and much cooperation is to be fostered in future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your insightful address. At this juncture, we shall proceed with the release of the book titled Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, A New Framework in Linguistics. I request our respected dignitaries to come forward and do the honors by releasing the book. I invite Professor R.C. Sharma to release the book, and I invite Professor G.K. Panikar to receive the book from Professor R.C. Sharma. As part of this conference, we conducted 2 pre-conference competitions. Jugalbandi, the great Indian chorus, in which participants sang in various Bharatiya languages, and 180 Challenge, the 3 minutes presentation with the theme, The Beauty of Mother Tongues in Bharat. We had wonderful participation for both the events, and we sincerely appreciate all the participants for the enthusiasm and for the effort they have put and shown. So now we will move on to the results and the distribution of prizes. For that, I invite our professors to give away the prizes to the winners. So we will start with Jugalbandi, the great Indian chorus. The competition was won by the team from admin. The administration team won the singing competition. I invite the winners to the stage. We have Lakshmi U. Menon, Lulu S. Kumar, Anamika P., Archana R.P., Tulasi M. and Sarita Shivan. The team from admin, they won the competition Jugalbandi, the great Indian chorus. The team will be receiving a cash prize of rupees 5,000 and certificate. I invite Professor R.C. Sharma to give away the prize to the winners. We'll be having their musical performance later in this session itself. The next competition was the 180 challenge, the 3 minutes presentation with the topic The Beauty of Mother Tongues in Bharat. The first prize was won by Sri Lakshmi K. Nair from BCom. Do we have Sri Lakshmi? Okay. So she will be having a cash award of rupees 1,000 and a certificate. We will move on to the second prize. Second prize was won by Soundarya T from the Department of Mathematics. She will be receiving the certificate and cash award. I request Professor G.K. Panikar to give away the prize to Soundarya T from the Department of Mathematics. Congratulations. The third prize was shared by two people, Deepalin Sahu from Dept Economics and Anamika P from Admin. I request both of them to come forward and collect their prizes. I request Professor R.C. Sharma to give away the prize to Deepalin Sahu and Anamika P. Both are sharing the third prizes. They will be receiving the cash award as well as the certificate. Anamika P from Admin and Deepalin Sahu from Dept Economics. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you, professors. And once again, we extend our appreciation and our love to all the participants and judges for celebrating our linguistic heritage through these competitions. Thank you, everyone. As a token of our gratitude, respect, and appreciation, we are pleased to honor our esteemed guests by presenting them with a traditional Kerala Mundu. May I now request our guests to kindly come forward to receive it. I request Professor R.C. Sharma to kindly present our token of respect to Professor G.K. Panikar. Thank you, Professor. I request Professor G.K. Panikar to kindly present the mark of respect to Professor R.C. Sharma. And now I request Dr. Ravishankar S. Nair to kindly present the ceremonial honor to Professor Joseph Koipalli Joseph, Dean of Academic Affairs. Yes, now we are moving on to that musical performance by our winning team. They will feature the songs in different languages. I invite the team from admin. Please give them a big round of applause.
लब पे आती है दुआ बन के तमन्ना मेरी, जिंदगी शम्मा की सूरत हो खुदाया मेरे। लब पे आती है दुआ बन के तमन्ना मेरी। भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्ता हमारा है। भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्ता हमारा है। నీళ్ళు ఆంధ్రదేశమని నీవే తెలిపినా, నీలామం ఇండియనంటూ నిత్యం చాటరా। నీళ్ళు ఆంధ్రదేశమని నీవే తెలిపినా, నీలామం ఇండియనంటూ నిత్యం చాటరా। వినరా వినరా దేశం మనదేరా, అనరా అనరా రేపిక మనదేరా। వినరా వినరా దేశం మనదేరా, అనరా అనరా రేపిక మనదేరా। उजड़े नहीं अपना चमन, टूटे नहीं अपना वदन। गुमराह ना कर दे कोई, बर्बाद ना कर दे कोई। నిసమారిన వెలుగొక్కడే, లయమారిన శృతియొక్కడే। అరే ఇండియా అది ఒక్కడే లేరా। തമിഴാ തമിഴാ കൺകൾ കലങ്കാതെ, വിടിയും വിടിയും ഉള്ളം മയങ്ങാതെ। തമിഴാ തമിഴാ കൺകൾ കലങ്കാതെ, വിടിയും വിടിയും ഉള്ളം മയങ്ങാതെ। എൻ സിരകൾ പാടുകയല്ലോ വന്ദേ മാതരം, എൻ മൗനം നേരുകയല്ലോ വന്ദേ മംഗളം। എൻ സിരകൾ പാടുകയല്ലോ വന്ദേ മാതരം, എൻ മൗനം നേരുകയല്ലോ വന്ദേ മംഗളം। ഭാരതമെന്റെ இடம் மாறலாம் நிலம் ஒன்றுதான், மொழி மாறலாம் பொருள் ஒன்றுதான், களி மாறலாம் கொடி ஒன்றுதான். பல വ്യക്തികൾ ഒരു ലക്ഷ്യമേ, അവിടുന്നു നാം ഒരു സ്വർഗമേ. നവഭാരതം അത് കാക്കുവാനുണരാ. ए वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू, ए वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू. मैं जहाँ रहूँ जहाँ मैं याद रहे तू, मैं जहाँ रहूँ जहाँ मैं याद रहे तू. ए वतन मेरे वतन, ए वतन मेरे वतन. तू ही मेरी मंजिल है पहचान तुझी से, तू ही मेरी मंजिल है पहचान तुझी से. पहुँचूं मैं जहाँ भी मेरी बुनियाद रहे तू, पहुँचूं मैं जहाँ भी मेरी बुनियाद रहे तू. ए वतन मेरे वतन, ए वतन मेरे वतन. तुझ पे कोई गम की आँच आने नहीं दूँ, तुझ पे कोई गम की आँच आने नहीं दूँ. कुर्बान मेरी जान तुझ पे शाद रहे तू, कुर्बान मेरी जान तुझ पे शाद रहे तू. ए वतन वतन मेरे आबाद रहे तू, मैं जहाँ रहूँ जहाँ मैं याद रहे तू. ए वतन मेरे वतन, ए वतन मेरे वतन, ए वतन. लब पे आती है दुआ बन के तमन्ना मेरी, जिंदगी शम्मा की सूरत हो खुदाया मेरी. जिंदगी शम्मा की सूरत हो खुदाया मेरी. ए वतन मेरे वतन, ए वतन मेरे वतन.
Thank you for the mesmerizing performance. That was Lakshmi U. Menon, Lulu S. Kumar, Anamika P., Archana R. P., Tulasi M. and Sarita Shivan from our administration. Please give them a big round of applause, please. Now, it's my honor to introduce our guest of honor, Professor R.C. Sharma, former professor from the Department of Linguistics, University of Delhi, one of the senior most linguists of our country. Professor Ramesh Chand Sharma is a highly respected linguist with an illustrious academic career spanning more than 4 decades. He earned his PhD from the University of Pune and went on to serve the University of Delhi with distinction as Professor and Head, Department of Linguistics and Coordinator, Center for Advanced Studies in Linguistics. He has more than 46 years of teaching experience, and in that about 25 years he has served as professor in India and abroad, including the Hankook University of Foreign Studies, South Korea. Professor has about 16 years of administrative experience at the University of Delhi, serving in several senior academic and governance roles, including Dean of the Faculty of Arts, Chairman of the Board of Research Studies in Humanities and Social Sciences, the member and chairman of the Publication Advisory Committee, University of Delhi. He also coordinated the ongoing programs for international students from universities such as the University of California, Oslo, and Hankook. Professor Sharma has made substantial contributions to research and scholarship. Sir has authored several books and has published more than 100 research articles and papers in national and international journals. He has supervised over 50 PhD dissertations and about 45 MPhil dissertations, mentoring generations of scholars in linguistics. His editorial experience includes serving as a chief editor of the Journal of Linguistic Society of India and associations with international journals such as Macrolinguistics from China and others. He has been a visiting fellow and visiting professor at several universities and institutions of higher learning in India and abroad. Over the course of his career, he has organized numerous national and international seminars, served on UGC, ICSSR and government committees, and held several other important academic responsibilities, making enduring contributions to the field of linguistics and higher education. Recently, Sir was honored as Fellow by the Linguistic Society of India for the year 2024-2025. So with that, I invite Professor R.C. Sharma, former professor from the Department of Linguistics, University of Delhi, to address the gathering. Thank you. We invite you, sir.
Respected Professor Panikkar, Dean Professor Joseph, Suji, and Professor Sri Kumar, and galaxy of friends, scholars. First of all, I would like to briefly mention about these two books which I happen to have edited. The one volume contains anonymous articles. And why anonymous articles? Because they were contributed in large number by different scholars, different people at different fora. And they were cutting across disciplines and also touching a large span of time. So it was difficult to bring it out as a volume, with few articles. So it's a kind of treasure, a kind of ocean. That book, the first volume. The second volume is based on a large number of seminars which were initiated last year and were held all over India, right from Rajouri and Kashmir University to Hyderabad, from northeast Guwahati to west Pune also, and so on and so forth. Several such seminars were organized, and based on that, papers were collected. Not that all of them were able to make it to reach in time. Some good papers were not submitted for want of time because people had left India and were living abroad, and they said they wanted more time. But since government wanted it as a publication to be launched soon, so we compiled some papers there, and that's how the second volume is there. Second volume is based on the seminars which were to carry forward these ideas and debate. Now, keeping in view the responses of those seminars, and I happen to have attended most of them, a series of seminars was launched this year to particularly engage in dialogues with the disciplines across linguistics, and also to cover up those areas where linguistics departments could not organize the seminars for want of time. So, couple of IITs were also there, NITS, National Institutes of Technologies were there, from Kohima and Silchar, Guwahati, Tejpur, to Central University of Kerala, to Manipal University, Jaipur, and many universities, in the interior of Jharkhand, where languages belonging to Austroasiatic, Dravidian and Indo-Aryan are spoken. There also the seminars were held. Where a lot of convergence has taken place between languages and Urdu is widely spoken, even there the seminars were held. So, and it's continuing, but for paucity of funds, some of the places, could have not been provided the funds, for organizing. Maybe in the next budget, then they would have. So it was the primary intention of this series of seminars is twofold. One is to cover up the areas of linguistics where the seminars have not been held, and second is to reach the disciplines like economics, like computer science, like languages, anthropology, sociology, and so on and so forth, where they have some concerns with language, and therefore to engage in dialogues with them and to initiate the discussion on similar topics. This is essentially also a paradigm shift in the sense that to bring a positive response. If there is a glass of water which is half, so we can say it's half empty, but we can positively say that it is half full. So this is essentially the idea. And as Professor Panikar had already given a beautiful prelude to this seminar, the inaugural address, it is true that language is never engaged in any conflict of any kind. We have no historical evidence at all for language conflicts. There are the conflicts of various other kinds, true, but language was never a barrier nor a conflict, and people could travel to different places for the purpose of education, for the purpose of pilgrimage, or for the purpose of trade and commerce and so on, so forth. So I would not touch upon that issue that has been touched in the books also and also at many other places. I would like to primarily focus on three things. One is characteristic features of Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. What are the primary features of Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar? So that we have in our mind, the clear picture of Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. Apart from linguistic features and so on and so forth, what are the characteristic features? What are the features which characterize Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar? And second is the linguistic diversity and unity which has shaped our convergence. So, which is the prime theme of this conference. That would be the second. And third is Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar as a civilizational construct. How, as a civilizational construct, it plays a crucial role in convergence and so on and so forth. So I would touch upon these three things there. Now, first of all, major characteristics for the paucity of time, I would like to only briefly mention, and if there are any points for discussion, I would welcome. I would try to resolve those. And if I need to be helped, then I would welcome the ideas from you, because for me also it's a process of learning. A teacher remains, although I have completed now 50 years of teaching and supervised 50 PhD students, I'm still a student. Okay, so that way, in the spirit, I would try to rake up your, comments and observations later on, not in a traditional sense of the keynote address. Now, I consider there are five major apparent features which characterize Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. One, civilizational unity and diversity. It's not anywhere else which is there in India. Again, I repeat, civilizational unity and linguistic diversity. Two, legacy of multi-language coexistence. Languages, not only the families, but languages in a diverse range have been living together, so they share a legacy of multi-language coexistence. This is also one of the important characteristic features of Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. 3, contact and convergence. Rightly you have chosen the theme, because contact and convergence, if I articulate further, mutual respect, impact and borrowings through contact and convergence has been the third major significant point of Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. That is exactly the Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, because there happens to be the contact and convergence. This cannot be seen elsewhere to the extent to which it is seen in India. We will come back again and again when I discuss some other issues there. 4, shared conceptual and semantic resources. Our languages, whatever family they belong to, doesn't matter. Languages, the families have carved out their characteristic features. Languages have carved out their identities. But there is much more than these which bind these languages together. And that has to be, as Professor Panikkar, our respected brother, elder brother, rather, I'm 11 years younger to him. But we have had a long relationship, and I have yet many things to learn from him. So shared conceptual and semantic resources, including metaphor and symbolic systems. This is the area where we engage 3 or 4 cognitive science departments in the country, in IITs and elsewhere, to think and deliberate on these issues, how these language family, how Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar is one by virtue of sharing these semantic resources. And 5, continuity. It could be linguistic continuity, it could be cultural continuity, it could be civilizational continuity also. Continuity across, particularly linguistic continuity. Continuity across time and space. Over a long time, these languages have lived together and they still maintain. That's how we have the largest number of classical languages in the world in a country. You do not find such a number of classical languages elsewhere. And across space also, from extreme north, Kashmir to Kanyakumari, you come there, there is a linguistic continuity. You go to Belgavi or Dharwad, and you find linkages between Marathi and Kannada. The same speaker is equally conversant in both the languages. And this is not the story confining to that area, it can be seen anywhere. Even in between Haryana and Punjab, between Punjab and Kashmir, Punjab and Jammu, Punjab and Rajasthan, and so on and so forth. Even in Northeast also, because we have organized a number of seminars there also, we have seen this kind of continuity existing there. So this is another important thing which is characterizing Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, and therefore we consider, because when we say Parivar, we think of affinity, we think of bondedness, we think of the nature of relationship, over and above the genetic relationship, over and above the other relationship defined by other kinds of features. So continuity is very important, and this continuity is leading to comprehensibility and also translation. When I say translation, translation doesn't simply mean translation of literature from one language to language A to language B. It is also translation and retelling of the narratives, which can be seen from one language going to other and so on. Building up the values and is released in Hindi, Telugu and Tamil. semiotics, how symbolic systems have been for communicate, and therefore that is very important, this point, and that's why again and again I repeat, I say with full emphasis that translation will be the very, very big activity, very big engagement in near future, where not only the machines would have to be involved, but human beings will also be involved. And for a variety of reasons, for a variety of purposes, academic reason, of course, would be the prime dominant factor there. So this is the first thing I wanted to talk about, the characteristic features of Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. Now I mentioned in this legacy of multi-language coexistence as point number 2. I would like to deliberate on this, what is linguistic diversity and how it is unity. Let us first take up the census of 2011, because 2021 census could not be held simply because of the COVID situation prevailing in the country. So more authentic, and I rely more on the government generated data, because Census of India is a valid body which has been engaged, and day by day they are achieving more sophistication even in collecting the linguistic data. So in 2011 there are 19,569 raw names of mother tongues. Remember, how much? Just little less than 20,000. 19,569 are raw names of mother tongues which has been brought to notice by this census in 2011. Out of which 1,369, again I repeat, 1,369 are classified mother tongues. Can you see this picture anywhere in the world? You cannot see, and we are one. Secondly, apart from these classified mother tongues, 1,474 are unclassified names of languages which have not been part of any classificatory system. So together approximately 3,000 are there which are worth consideration by linguists out of the approximately 20,000 languages. And out of this, you find 121 languages which are considered quote unquote languages. Actually, for a linguist, any language is a language, even if it is spoken by 10 people. It doesn't matter. If 10 persons are remaining which survive to speak that language, it is not their fault. It's not the fault of the community. They maintain their language, so it's a language for linguists. Linguists can examine and analyze that language. But still, creating a norm, it has been decided that those which have speakers more than 10,000 have been categorized as a separate category. So those which are more than 10,000, they are together 121 languages. Out of these 121 languages, 22 are the languages which are included in 8th schedule. They are the languages recognized by the government. Government cannot recognize what we eat, what we drink, what we wear. So even if those languages have not been recognized by in any category, such as 8th schedule, because 8th schedule means languages which have been officially designated for the official purposes of the respective states where they are spoken. There are 22. So apart from these languages, 22 languages, remaining 99 languages are others, but their number is more than 10,000. So we have a picture of linguistic diversity unparalleled anywhere in the world. And in spite of such a huge spectrum of languages, where such a large number of languages, 121, is spoken by 10,000, more than 10,000. And when I say more than 10,000 means there are languages which are spoken by more than crores of people. You know. So, this linguistic diversity has provided a valid space for languages for centuries together. They have had a shared coexistence. Now, to take this point further, please remember, every mother tongue is significant, every language is significant as any other language can be. A language spoken by a smaller community is as important, as significant as a language spoken by a majority group of people there. And now, in the change scenario, and with the kind of technology that is available to our hands, let me share with you, in one of the seminars, it was reported by certain scientists, certain linguists who have been working in that area with one community in Arunachal Pradesh, where number of speakers is less than 100. What would be the number of children? Would again be less than 100, because number of speakers, total speakers is 100. So number of children would be less than 100. They designed pedagogical material in that language to be utilized for the purpose of education in that community. And that is possible only with the technology. If this is possible, why not? Future is very bright. Let us think forward. Let us think bright. Let us be hopeful in this. But take into consideration that out of these languages which are mentioned in the census of India, 96.71% are those which comprise 22 languages given in the 8th schedule. 96.71%. And remaining 3.29% are, you calculate, now I have given you all the numbers there. Large number of languages are there which do not have any representation at all, but they are equally important for the linguists, they are equally important for the policymakers, they are equally important for the educationists. That's why we say, again I would like to bring here an unrelated issue. You know, I was professor in a country. I would come to it 1 minute later, but let me share with you. Out of this, another interesting thing is that this coexistence of multiple languages in India has also given rise to another interesting phenomenon, and that is multilingualism, bahubhashikta. Knowing same person can deliver in number of languages. I am a very humble person, a small guy in this world. I can speak 3 languages fluently. 4 languages fluently, including English. English I don't consider that because I did not acquire it in natural environment. I come from a village, a small village, you know, where we did not have electricity. I saw electricity for the first time when I reached the 9th standard. You know, I come from that kind of background. So, if I can speak 4 languages fluently, I can still speak even more. I can manage my communication in Kashmiri, I can manage my communication in Bangla, I can manage my communication in Marathi. I can read Marathi newspapers very well and understand. And even those languages which I don't read, I can hear and I can understand. So that beauty is also available in these languages which belong to, and that's why we call Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. Because it provides so much percentage of multilingualism. So much so that 26% of the entire population has reported to be bilingual. 26% of the entire population has reported to be bilingual. 7% has reported to be trilingual. And there are 33% of Indians, therefore, who can speak more than one language. If we combine these two data, then 1/3 of the population is competent. And this is not a true picture. True picture is far wider, large number. I would rather estimate it to more than 50-60% of the population which is conversant in more than one language. So this is not a new phenomenon. This has been existing already for a long time. And multilingualism has also added to this coexistence of number of languages and has provided linguistic continuity across time and space. It has also provided multilingualism which is unparalleled anywhere in the world, and this is a very strong characteristic feature of Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. Now I would like to go to the third point which I mentioned, that is the Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar as a civilizational construct. This is not just out of the blue that something new has been brought out. When we think of, say, Professor M.B. Ameno, he was a very good scholar of Tamil. He was a good scholar of Sanskrit also. And that's why he could think across the lines, about the similarities between the two languages. There have been other people also, but is it not very interesting to articulate, to think, to focus on as to why before colonization, what kind of linguistics was happening in India? Even if we did not have the linguistics department, did we not continue with the tradition of grammars? Did we not continue with the tradition of lexicography? Did we not continue with the tradition of semantics? Did we not continue with the tradition of logic, nyaya? Did we not consider the tradition of philosophy? Because language in India, nowhere else in the world. Language is the focus of inquiry in three distinct traditions: logic, philosophy, and grammar, vyakaran. Vyakaran is used in a broader sense almost as a synonym of linguistics. So, these three traditions have focused on language, and there are very, very interesting debates taking place. In our times, incidentally, I would rather even argue on one more point, sometimes I do, because I have been a teacher of philosophy also. I was a student of philosophy as well. And particularly interested in Indian philosophy. What we find is that in philosophy, if we have to, Indians have largely been very liberal in their attitude. If I criticize A, then I have to first present the view of A. What A is presenting, I would mention point-wise in all details. And then I would say, here is what this person says, and I don't agree with this point and this point, so on and so forth. That is the reason why many of our books which have disappeared are no more available. We reconstruct those ideas on the basis of their critiques which are available in some other discourses. For example, what is there in Vedanta can also be seen in Buddhist scriptures. Some of the philosophical things, we do not have the literature, so we reconstruct from this point of view. Okay. So, Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar is not new. It's a civilizational construct. It is a construct, an idea much older, much prior to M.B. Ameno. And please, let me share with you, this program, this stream of ideas is not an agenda-based. This is neither agenda-based, nor it happens to be imposed. It's engaging in debates and reviving the kinds of interests which we already had. So it is to revive those things there. We should not discard good things which we are taking, which we are inheriting as part of our learning programs from different sources. Retain them. We are not, but think of How the grammar, what was the grammatical model of grammatical description in Malayalam earlier? Did it have any connection with Panini or not? Let us just think over these things there. Let us see what is talked about Tolkappiyam and what is not talked about Paninian system of grammar. What is there in Niruktas, how they try to advocate the principles of word formation, etc., etc. What is there in the books of semantics, what is there in Vakyapadi, and how does it differ from what is there in Kerala Panini? How is it different from Paninian description? And so on and so forth. Because fortunately now there is explosion of knowledge and we have access to even those books which were not earlier accessible to us. So we have much more space to engage. But the common core point remains that this is a civilizational unity, a civilizational construct in our mind. Why it is civilizational? Primarily because three traditions of philosophy, spiritualism and social relations have brought in a shared civilizational space which is marked by these common features there. So a ground is available. These languages which we characterize as Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, they are not in a vacuum. They are situated in a space which is civilizationally defined, which has been shaped by centuries of relationship. Another important feature of civilizational basis is that Bharatiya Bhasha Parivar languages have evolved within this shared space. They have not evolved outside this space. They have evolved here, very much here. The Austroasiatic languages here, I have been to several countries where Austroasiatic languages are spoken. And they differ in terms of the features. For example, it's very interesting how, except Khasi, you find case to be an important property for the grammatical description in all these languages, in Dravidian, in Austroasiatic, and even Tibeto-Burman. How Manipuri, which happens to be a Tibeto-Burman language, has postpositions like Hindi, which is an Indo-Aryan language. And you have to see it with across the languages, you know. Linguists have to examine such things there. There may be many more features, you know, which we are not talking about. So Bharatiya Bhasha Parivar languages have evolved within the shared space. Then they also share civilizational experience. What is available in form of experience has been shared by all these languages. Then common conceptual and semantic core is also shared by them. Another important thing is that cultural transmission through interconnected traditions of oral and literary traditions. It's not where literature is not there in the languages. You find narratives, you find folk tales, and you find the same kind of scenario prevailing there. This one. The second point I would like to mention about the civilizational construct of Bharatiya Bhasha Parivar is that beyond, this concept is beyond genealogical classification. See, genealogical classification was devised in historical linguistics in the beginning, towards the end of the 19th century. Then in the beginning of 20th century it was employed, and in some cases even prior to that also we find the examples of this. But the purpose was different. If you look at the scenario of Europe and compare it with India, things become obvious. Small monolingual countries are there where you find that language is parallel to the nation. So here is a France, French is there. Here is a Spain, Spanish is there. Here is Italy, so Italian is there, and so on and so forth. But in India, we have had identities of the languages. They were not mixed up with identities of nationalities. As Professor Panikar pointed out, and you also pointed out in your address, they might have fought on various other issues, but not on the issue of language, because nation was never mixed up with the language, for that purpose. So beyond genealogical classification, then emphasis is on cultural and civilizational continuity. Culture becomes more important. Nowhere there is any mention of religiosity. It is the now I come to the third point of Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar as a civilizational construct. Third point is multilingualism. We have been presented a scenario where our multilingualism was shown to us as our weakness. It is not our weakness. When I know 4 or 5 languages, I understand what is the color spectrum in this language, what is the color spectrum in this language. I understand that in all the languages that I know, how headache is perceived. What is sleep, which is defined. Let us consider a very, very simple case of conveying condolence messages. A person is no more, there is a huge gathering, and you collect the data and find out from different languages, you find almost the same parallels existing there. This is obviously evident because they share those things in common. So multilingualism is our strength. Societal multilingualism, of course, is a defining feature, and this multilingualism is natural across time and space. It inculcates cultural tolerance and linguistic pluralism also. It makes the grounds richer for translation and adaptation, and the traditions are existing in India. We go back to the time after the second conference of the Buddhists in India. If you look into history, you find after the second conference, Buddhists divided into 2 different groups. The basic issue arose with the debate whether Buddha's interpretation can be modified, can be changed, is amenable or not. One group subscribed to the view, yes, why not? It can be changed, it can be expanded. Another view was conservative. They said, no, we should not change. It should remain like this. So they divided into 2 groups. The one which was, ready for amenability, ready for change, is Mahayana. And the other one, conservative group, is Theravadins or the Heenayan. Heenayan was not, they did not call themselves Heenayan. It was term coined by Mahayanis to refer to them, or by other people, that they are Heenayan. They are smaller chariot and they are the bigger chariot. And Mahayana traveled from north, from Punjab and Kashmir to Tibet and Mongolia. From Tibet, when it reached Tibet, the language spoken there was different. So the literature has to be translated. They invited the scholars from India, from Andhra and from Bihar and from elsewhere, who were competent enough to engage in translation. And once this was done, then Mahayana traveled to China. A huge country, a huge society, a huge requirement. So translation has to be done at a higher level. Nowhere in history you find such a monumental, huge translation being done as it was done with regards to Buddhist literature at that time in China. From China it went to Korea. Korea is also a monolingual country, but fortunately they were not literate. They did not have literacy in their mother tongue. They had the literacy in Chinese. So religion was made available, scriptures were made available in Chinese, and they took it. But 6 or 7 centuries ago, when they realized that they have to continue in their mother tongue, therefore, they got the literature translated from Chinese to Korean. And when it started, then they realized, why not engage the original people who know Sanskrit and Korean and get the literature translated into Korean. So that's how translation was done. Now imagine the size of Indian population, size of our school children, size of our college going children, size of the information seeking people in India. Because now information is not just what we buy, information is also available on the phone. We access through the browsers, through Google and other things, And then we are providing money to these companies. They are earning a lot. If we develop the systems in Malayalam, if we develop the systems in Tamil, in Hindi or other languages, would those language communities become richer or not? They would definitely gain. I remember an instance, in 2014, one professor from one university of technology representing a consortium of some technology companies came to me and he said, sir, we need your help. We want to engage you as a consultant. What for? That was a news to me, because Korea is a highly monolingual country. Where would they need the help of an Indian professor there? They said, we are developing a keyboard for Hindi. For the Apple iPhone at that time, the third iPhone 3 was launched. So, but our interest is not iPhone. Our interest is the machines which would be used in Indian domestic household, washing machines, televisions which will be used by the Indians. So we have a huge market, and right now we have begun developing 2 keyboards, one in Hindi, another in Kannada. We would be gradually shifting to develop in all the languages. So here lies the interest. Languages are not simple tools of communication today. They are an integral part of the economy. And that is what was done by the colonization process. They destroyed our existing system by denigrating our languages to a lower esteem. So much so that they became to be addressed as vernaculars. Vernacular Act was in fact designed to create census on the freedom fighting people, who were publishing their articles in the newspapers. Vernacular Act was called there. When I was a student and I learned Punjabi, at that time, it was written there, a vernacular grammar of Punjabi. Because it still continued. Those days when I was a student in the school. Today things have changed. I do not find on any book there. So languages are much more. Languages are powerful tools. So multilingualism is a strength, and this has to be an integral part of the Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar as a civilizational construct. The 4th point I wish to highlight with regards to Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar as a civilizational construct is that language, contact and convergence. I will not detail this because I have already spoken on this issue. I would simply mention that 5 things are to be remembered with regards to contact and convergence case in Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. One is civilizational multilingualism as the context of contact. Civilizational multilingualism is a context of the contact which was taking place. 2, persistent. But this multilingualism is not a momentary. This is persistent. This can be seen across the generation, across the centuries. Even to date, we cannot deny the need of multilingualism, the justification for multilingualism. It is And that's why we have natural multilingualism. We may acquire some languages formally, true, but we have natural multilingualism also. We are exposed to a number of languages at the same time. And third is, across time, regions, communities, and social domains. There are social domains also. Even today you can find out, what would be known as for example, code switching and code mixing. That is well defined by the societal situations. But multilingualism may also be defined where do I feel more comfortable to address in the language of the person to whom I am addressing. That becomes my defining feature, why I tend to speak in that language, which is not my first language, this is my second language, because I know I would be able to create the impact on the mind of the listener there. And fourth is the continuous natural contact among BBP. It's not that the contact has gone, it continues to be there. And fifth is multilingualism, as I began when I started addressing you, is a strength, it's not weakness. So remember that it is our strength. Fifth point I would like to mention is BBP as an organic entity. It's not a fictional entity. It's very much organic, like this body. Body comprises of certain organs. So Bharatiya Bhasha Parivar has languages which are united with each other, which are tied to each other, which have affinity with each other, like an organic case. So they have organic unity, which is nowhere else. There may be a confederation of two nations somewhere. There may be two distinct languages, like in Switzerland, like in Austria. But even then the people continue with their grouses. We have valid reasons, why we maintain our this unity, organic unity. Then shared civilizational matrix. What is shared civilizational matrix is that civilizational environment shaped by shared history, social institutions, philosophical traditions, and cultural practices, which have given them an organic unity beyond genealogical lineage. Okay, so this is the point I wish to highlight, that this is there. Then primacy of cultural and functional relationships. The relationships which are maintained by the members of the Bharatiya Bhasha Parivar are primary, and it is because of the cultural and functional relationships, and they are far above the genetic relationship. Long-term language contact and mental mutual shaping. The contacts have been long-term. We are not short-term. This is not like Chinese come into relationship with English-speaking community and they develop a kind of lingua franca because they have to sell to the richer people, some of the commodities there. They are placed in a different kind of spectrum where long-term relationships are there. And common conceptual and semantic universe, which I have already pointed out. And fifth, last but not the least, is the multilingualism and translation leading to a living linguistic ecosystem. We have to look at what is living linguistic ecosystem there. A living ecosystem leads to sustained traditions. So it's a mutual relationship. Traditions bring forth Bharatiya Bhasha Parivar, and Bharatiya Bhasha Parivar continues with the traditions there. I hope I have given you a brief idea of this. Thank you. Thank you very much for this. I have left some of the things which I could have elaborated more, because I wanted to provoke the audience to seek their clarifications, there I could engage. Otherwise, Bharatiya Bhasha Parivar is also the custodian of civilizational knowledge and continuity and pluralism and cultural coexistence. Coexistence not just of languages, cultural coexistence is also there. Look at how much has been translated from Sanskrit to Persian also, Sanskrit to Arabic, Arabic to Sanskrit, Persian to Persian may be a language belonging to very close family in relationship with Hindi and so on and so forth, but things have changed. When I was in Iran for 1 month, I realized in India we have Jalvayu is the term. I don't know what is the Malayalam term for Jalvayu, for climate. Jalvayu. And this is a loan translation, very interesting loan translation. In Persian, Haba is climate. Haba does not mean air there. Hava in Persian means climate. So when it was borrowed in India, particularly in Urdu, and since Hava underwent meaning change, semantic change, and it refers to air, therefore ab was added. Abo Hava. O is the conjunct there. Abo Hava. Water and air. So, but in Farsi, Abo Hava doesn't mean anything. It is only Haba. Khoob Surat. Very, we say that person is very handsome, Khoob Surat. That girl is very beautiful. So we use Khoob Surat. Kya khoob hai? Khoob in Farsi means plentiful. It is not in that sense. Surat is posture. So posture is plentiful. Personality is plentiful. That is Khoob Surat. Surat is the appearance and Khoob is plentiful. So things have changed. But look at the Panchtantra. It was translated into Persian. Panchtantra was also translated very interestingly along with the scriptures into Chinese and Chinese to Korean. So they play a game. You know, in Mahabharata there is a reference of these Pandavas and Kauravas playing gamble together. What is Sanskrit word for that? Dyut. Dyuta. In Korea, children, small children were playing in the village. I was passing through and I asked, what is this game called? They said, Youth Noli. Youth is from Dyut. Noli is the game of gambling, you know, which they are playing there. So this is how, see, the cultural contexts go much beyond food and other things. They go deeper to impact the life of the people there. So in this context also, again I repeat that Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar concept is a civilizational construct. Simply because it has been shaped by such factors which define the civilizational continuity, which define the coexistence of the languages, which define the presence of multilingualism, and this is one reason why we have Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. So please start considering that this is not any agenda based, nor it is politically imposed. It is just to rake up the debates and revive the things which we already exist. Let us think, I would even urge upon you to go beyond and say, to find out what kind of descriptions were used for Malayalam grammar, for Tamil grammar, for Hindi grammar, for Sanskrit grammar. Of course, Sanskrit grammar was based traditionally on Panini, or modifications of Panini which you find in Bhattoji Dikshit or some other sources there. But what was the grammatical description of Telugu? What was the grammatical description of Malayalam? What was the grammatical description of Marathi? Before the process of colonization. So let us revive that. It's not that we did not have any tool. If case relations are presented in Panini and we are using, why should we feel ashamed in saying that this is our tradition? When I teach phonetics, I taught phonetics for about 23, 24 years. And initially we were using the term unaspirated and aspirated. But that's a very inappropriate, inapt term. Because without air, no speech sound can be produced. And in Sanskrit we have the term Alprana and Mahaprana. Sound produced with lesser quantity of air, sounds produced with more quantity of air. So wherever there is a terminology available, even in this CSTT business also now, it is found if a term is shared by say Malayalam and some other languages, why not retain that term as a technical term to replace the term which we unnecessarily borrow from some sources or try to construct on the basis of Sanskrit? No. Let us stop this business and let us prefer if we find term. Many terms of Marathi have been now adopted in CSTT and many terms have been seen, like this. So response is pretty good. This seminar, I'm sure, would rake up certain other issues in relation to the topics which are being used there, and I hope and I urge upon you, please go through these books within a short span of time, maybe within 2 months or so. The books would also be available in the 8 scheduled languages, 22 languages. The translations would be available, and there are some minor errors which have taken place in this. Some printing errors are also there. They have been rectified or they would be rectified further, and in the new, and this is not the end. Many more things may come up, just to revive the interest and inculcate a culture to look at why we are one, why as Professor Panikkar pointed out, that these languages have differences, no doubt. Families have differences, no doubt. But they still stand as one, and that is the important point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for sharing your valuable perspectives with us. Now I welcome V.S. Gauri Shankari, Research Scholar from the Department of Linguistics and co-convener of this conference, for the conference theme presentation.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, scholars, students, and the friends joining us online. Namaste to all. We have gathered here for 2 days for what may rightly be called a historical deliberation, a deliberation that is unfolding across Bharat today. At its core lies an age-old but deeply consequential question: how do we understand, engage with, and nurture the linguistic diversity of Bharat? Historically, we have not addressed this question adequately. Our modern approach to language has been profoundly shaped by colonial frameworks. As a result, linguistic diversity, one of Bharat's greatest civilizational strengths, came to be perceived as a problem. Colonial linguists prioritized divergence over convergence, difference over commonality, and separation over solidarity. This orientation fundamentally distorted how languages in Bharat were studied, classified, and interpreted. Over the last 2 decades, however, we have begun to witness a significant attitudinal shift, largely initiated by the Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti of the Government of India. This shift marks a movement away from fragmentation towards integration, from divergence to convergence, from difference to sharedness. The very volume around which This conference is organized powerfully embodies this change in perspective. Languages do not exist in isolation. Language communities are in constant contact, irrespective of the languages they speak. Consequently, languages across the world, and especially in Bharat, have always evolved through contact and convergence. Yet, colonial linguistics in Bharat systematically undermined this lived reality. In doing so, it weakened what we may call linguistic solidarity, the intrinsic unity among people who speak different languages. Bharat possesses one of the richest linguistic ecologies in the world, along with a long and continuous tradition of linguistic inquiry dating back to ancient and medieval periods. Unfortunately, this indigenous intellectual legacy has had only a limited influence on modern linguistic studies. Even after independence, and despite the establishment of numerous linguistics departments, linguistic scholarship has seldom contributed meaningfully to the linguistic well-being of language communities. In many cases, it has inadvertently weakened the linguistic solidarity rather than strengthening it. This brings us to the present moment. To address this crisis, there is an urgent need for reform and decolonization of the dominant linguistic paradigm, a paradigm that continues to foreground divergence. The concept of the Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar is a conscious and timely attempt to reorient linguistic studies in Bharat by foregrounding contact, convergence, and civilizational continuity. South Asia, especially Bharat, has been one of the most influential laboratories of contact linguistics worldwide. The groundwork was laid by G.A. Grierson's Linguistic Survey of India, which revealed extensive structural similarities across genetically unrelated languages. A decisive theoretical breakthrough came with Murray B. Emanu's formulation of India as a linguistic area, demonstrating that shared features such as SOV word order, retroflex consonants, echo words, and dative subjects arose through areal convergence rather than common ancestry. Subsequent scholarship by Kuiper, Masika Krishnamurthy, Anvida Abhi, Sridhar, Ramakrishna Reddy, Sonal Kulkarni Joshi, and others systematically showed how Indo-Aryan, Dravidian, and Munda languages mutually shaped one another across phonology, morphology, syntax, and semantics. The landmark Kupwa study by Gumpertz and Wilson demonstrated micro-level convergence within a single village, becoming a global reference point in contact linguistics. Later, reassessments confirmed that convergence is not an anomaly, but a socially embedded and diachronic process. From the 1990s onwards, research expanded across central India, Jharkhand, Telangana, the Northeast, and Tibeto-Burman Indo-Aryan interfaces. Indian data became central to global theories of language contact, particularly in understanding contact-induced grammatical restructuring, bidirectional convergence, and diffusion without language shift. Scholars such as Anvida Abhi further integrated areal linguistics with sociolinguistics endangered language studies and field methodology, reinforcing the centrality of contact and convergence in understanding Indian languages. And yet, despite this rich intellectual legacy, Bharat continues to operate within inherited colonial frameworks. This condition increasingly threatens the linguistic solidarity and plural vitality that once defined our civilizational life. It is precisely in this context that the book, the Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, a new framework in linguistics, brought out by the Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti, assumes great significance. The book critically re-examines colonial linguistic frameworks, seeks to deconstruct and decolonize them, and articulates an alternative Bharatiya linguistic paradigm grounded in our shared civilizational continuum. It asks how we arrived at the present crisis and draws multidisciplinary insights to rediscover and revive Bharat's forgotten linguistic tradition, reframing them as a living alternative to divisive colonial models. Thus, this work stands firmly within contemporary debates on decolonization and epistemic plurality. It challenges dominant representational models of language and proposes a civilizationally rooted alternative. Understanding language contact and convergence allows us to recognize how linguistic diversity once functioned as a source of strength in Bharat and why protecting and nurturing it remains vital today. I am confident that we have with us some of the finest scholars from across states and languages. I am equally confident that the deliberation over the next 2 days will be intellectually enriching and direction setting. Let me cite an expression by chairperson of the Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti, Chamukrishna Shastriji's, that diversity is the beauty. The beauty of the diversity is sustained only by the strength of unity. With this, I am hereby concluding my speech. Thank you. Vande Mataram.
Thank you, Gauri, for the very brief presentation. May I have your attention, please? Sri Lakshmi K. Nair, winner of the 180 Challenge 3 minutes presentation, has joined with us now. I invite her to come forward, and I request Professor Joseph Koipalli Joseph to distribute the prize. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sri Lakshmi. Now, to formally conclude this inaugural session, I invite Dr. Zamngai Ching, Assistant Professor from the Department of Linguistics, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Elavarakam and Namaskaram. So I would like to introduce myself in 4 language families first. So my name is Zamngai Ching Ende Pere Zamngai Ching Anu. Mera naam Zamngai Ching hai. Nga kirteng I Zamngai Ching. Kaming chu Zamngai Ching ani. And in my language, came in pen Zamngai Ching. So these are representing 4 language families of India. So yeah. It is my pleasure to stand in front of you to deliver vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of Linguistics and the organizing committee. And I'm humbled to be in the midst of some of the finest scholars and linguists in our country. And this gathering is made possible through the funding of Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti. So let's give them a round of applause to thank them. So with this spirit, let me start by saying Congratulations to the organizing committee, the coordinator of this program, Professor P. Srikumar, and his team, conveners Puja Pradeep, V.S. Gauri, Sanskari, and the various committees formed for preparation and execution of this program. And I also gave special thanks to Miss Aswati, who opened this inauguration program with her melodious song. And we are also really grateful to Dr. Anusri Srinivasan for sharing about the life of our beloved Professor late Pramod Pandey, and for leading us into a moment of silence in his remembrance. I would also like to thank respected Professor G.K. Panikar, Honorary Director, International School of Dravidian Linguistics, Thiruvananthapuram, for delivering the inaugural address. And I would like to congratulate all the participants in the competition and also the winners for their enthusiasm. And it was a pleasure listening to the winners of Jugal Bandi. Thank you for their wonderful performance. And I'd also like to thank Professor R.C. Sharma, former Professor, Department of Linguistics, University of Delhi, for delivering the keynote address. And thanks are also due to V.S. Gauri Sankari, for presenting the conference theme. And I also express my heartfelt thanks to our wonderful host today, Ms. Shruti Sarah Moses and Ms. Marin Elsa Johnson. We are always grateful to the media team and the technicians for live streaming the program and also capturing the beautiful moments. And I also express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Tenarasu, Head of Department of Linguistics, for giving the welcome address. Sorry, sir. And last but not the least, I thank everyone who have gathered here today, resource persons, distinguished guests, faculty members, former from CUK and various universities across India to make this program a grand success. And I also thank the Dean Academics, Central University of Kerala, Professor Joseph Koipali, sir, for delivering the presidential address. And I owe a special thanks to the head of department and the faculty members of the department and also the office staff for their valuable contribution in making this program a grand success. Thank you, everyone. Ellavarkam Nanni. Dhanyavad. In my language, Lungdam.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll be having a very small panel discussion on this book, Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, a new framework in linguistics. So this will be a half an hour panel discussion since we are running late, we are behind the schedule. So I invite respected head of the Department of Linguistics, Dr. S. Tennarisha, to chair this panel discussion, and delegates interested in sharing their thoughts upon this book are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So now it's a time for discussion. I welcome all the scholars to, like Professor Sharma sir has put forth in an excellent manner regarding this Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, contact and convergence. Now it's time to listen from different scholars across India, and now I just I invite our Ravi Shankar sir, and just let me, I just would like to just brief my view about these things. Sir, thank you sir for presenting in an excellent manner about this Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. So what I want to just, so since Sir also spoke about cultural continuity across India, so let me just bring about the culture of the celebration of Pongal. Recently also we celebrated Pongal. So Pongal is called in Tamil Pongal, maybe in Sankranti in other languages, maybe some different languages names for across India. So I just take this culture as a language family. Let me take this different celebration of this Pongal in different state. Let that consider that as a language family. Also, like what is we celebrate? Why do we celebrate this Pongal? We celebrate Pongal in bringing the harvest to the family, bringing the harvest. So each grains or the whatever the corns, let that be a language. So when we are like, so can we say it's like one just one cultivation? Can we say one cultivation? Because here in each family what we bring the grains, so that grains may be more good for my health, your grains may be more good for your health in different across India. Also like it's not that can we say like I have a plenty of production, you have it, so you have it, don't eat yours, we have a plenty of that. So can we say like that? Or so that is what, and so I'm just thinking like if we say like that is a as a also that's what I just felt. We should actually so accommodate all the language families instead of like only this Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar. So can't we say it actually hold as a Parivar? Why only Bharatiya Bhasha as a Parivar? Why not hold as a Parivar? So that also it comes some things comes. So these languages in India, like we can classify into three, and classical languages having lot of literature, ancient literature and script. It has a script, and also like then scheduled languages also have their own script. They also have a literature, but the beauty of that is like they enjoy in writing their exam in their own language and get job. Then non-scheduled languages in what the professor said, this one scheduled languages, non-scheduled languages 120, and they so out of this actually that classification of languages, Gregerson classified 1652. Then our PLSI has come up with saying 870 languages. Now government recognized 120 languages, and so all those things are there. Now what I mean to say, tomorrow we say like one language, one nation may come, and we don't know, like or like is it the what we say one this Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, is it like going to be like one language, one country? And also like we have to see the things. What I mean to what I feel is, maybe tomorrow there may be one language, one nation, but what I want to say is we need to actually we cannot avoid it due to this technology and globalization. So that is sure. So because out of 7,000 languages on this earth, now half of the languages are in the condition of dying, like disappearing. So that means there is a huge demand for studying them, documenting those languages. That is must. If you are not studying and documenting those languages, and all the cultures or whatever the languages will be wiped out, then there will be in superpower later. If not now, there will be one language, one world. So before that, it's our duty. We should actually study all those languages and document them. So what I'm also like afraid, this Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar, whether it will move towards like move towards one language, one nation. That is also there. Now I just, this is what my view is, and let's listen from different scholars. Now I welcome our Ravi Shankar sir to share his view. Please, sir.
I'll be very brief. I have serious problems with the content of this first volume. There are 2 volumes. If someone tells you that Indian languages are united by ontological containers like artha, moksha, yajna, what should be your response? I feel my response is to leave the room immediately as a linguist, but I will say a few more words in the interest of young students of linguistics here. This document is being discussed all over India, but everywhere contact and convergence are discussed, not this document. That's fine with me. But when you tag it on to this document, there is some serious problems, which as students of linguistics, you should know. First of all, it's an attack on linguistics, its traditions, its methods, on historical linguistics, especially on comparative method, which I feel is, which has no basis at all. So just because you speak in high-sounding words, it doesn't mean anything. Let me begin with one point, which is not within the purview of linguistics, but still I'll go and mention it. This document begins by, upholding the view of Indian culture as an embodiment of plurality in unity in diversity. But the document as a whole is an argument against pluralistic traditions of India, because it says that you can't be united if you don't belong to one language family. This is ultimately what the document says. See, it's a very naive idea. See, Dr. Ching here and me, we speak languages from different families, but it doesn't mean that we don't see ourselves as Indians. So our unity has nothing to do with the language families. See, language family is a construct which is, which only an expert can, a specialist can know. You go and tell people that Sanskrit or Hindi and English belong to one family, people will be surprised. It's not something, that you can discuss in common parlance. So this is a very serious issue. Okay, let's leave that. One see the type of criticism that this document levels against phylogenetic classification. It's described as divisive, Eurocentric, missionary classification. Very unfortunate. Racialist historiography based on externally derived constructs and imported taxonomy, non-native logic, external genealogical structures. Okay, so you are against taxonomies which have come from West, and what do you have to offer in its place? You are offering aerial linguistics, which is also very much a Western concept, which has its origins in 1930s from Trubetskoy. And see, this document repeatedly quotes M.B. Emano's famous paper, India as a Linguistic Area. But the funniest thing is that in the first page, or in the first paragraph, first one paragraph itself, Emano defines linguistic area as it's the problem of aerial linguistics is a diffusion of linguistic traits across genetic boundaries. This is the definition. And you are putting it up as an argument against genetic classification. Now, first of all, students here, please think, why do we classify languages? It's not to divide. So what does it mean? You are young students, you should be aware of this. If you take away periodic table from chemistry, what remains? Absolutely nothing. The whole chemistry will collapse. It's the same. See, any subject will have certain basic ontological categories based on which theorization works. See, the famous phonologist John McCarthy, in one of his papers, puts it very beautifully. He says, if representations are correct, rules will follow. So when you classify, you see differences, you see commonalities, you see historical patterns emerging from languages. This is why we classify languages. It has nothing to do with dividing people or with unity. It's an academic construct used by linguists. So, and also, there is no correspondence with linguistic classifications and race, which, like this is a straw man fallacy which, they have used. Race and language are very different linguistic classifications. We know that, same language is spoken by people from different races, and people of the same race speak different languages. This is common. Everywhere we know this. So this is why we classify languages, and it has no racial connotations whatsoever. Second point, I don't want to elaborate on this, but this document argues that for an Indian origin of Indo-European languages, that Indo-European languages originated in India and moved out of India to Europe. Actually, this is one of the widely researched problem. It's about Indo-European homeland. Now, so much research, except in India, somehow we have not taken an interest in this problem. So it is being researched by linguists, archaeologists, anthropologists, and all these people together. But one problem we have is that all these evidences don't come together. So when you have a linguistic theorization about this, the archaeological theorization may not necessarily support you. So all this coming together is an issue. But the strongest evidence for the distribution of Indo-European languages across the globe comes from linguistics, which is the strongest evidence. Now, there is so much attack on historical linguistics and reconstruction, on comparative method. See, comparative method is a very robust idea or a practice which linguists have. I'll just tell you a few examples, just one or two, to impress upon you why it is important and why it is very scientific. So my first example, can you give me some water? Something widely known in Indo-European linguistics is called the law of pharyngeals by de Saussure. See, the word father is a cognate of pitta in Sanskrit. But, we have pitta, and the vowels change. So de Saussure noted such patterns, such changes in vowels across different languages. And he comes to the conclusion that there was a ha-like sound which later dropped out of Proto-Indo-European. And because of the effect of this ha-like sound, and he said there were three sounds which he named as ha1, ha2, ha3. The change in vowels occurred. So after the death of de Saussure, a language called Hittite was discovered, and de Saussure was proved absolutely right. This vowel was preserved in Hittite. See, Hittite is, something like 4,000 years old, the oldest existing Indo-European language. I will also give you a recent example. See, there's a language called Romani, spoken by gypsies in Europe. This language, the people who speak this language, migrated from India to Europe. So a study in around 2005 or 2006, which was a very huge, based on a huge sample from different languages, using computational analysis, Bayesian statistics and all that. This study established that the people, these gypsy people moved from India 3,500 years ago. Now we have comparative evidence which proves very clearly that it happened only 1,000 years ago. What's this evidence? See, the transition from Middle Indo-Aryan to New Indo-Aryan, what happened is that the Middle Indo-Aryan had three gender categories. It changed to two gender categories in most New Indo-Aryan languages. So what happened to languages which had three categories? So some of them become masculine and others become feminine. So you compare the New Indo-Aryan languages in India and the Gypsy language, the same words have changed characteristics across these languages, which shows that this has happened, the migration of Gypsies happened only after this change took place in New Indo-Aryan languages in India. So this is how comparative evidence works. Comparative evidence doesn't tell you when it happened, but it gives you a relative chronology, which is very important. So it's a very robust technique. Now, what this document says is that it says a very naive thing. It says comparative reconstruction is a speculation. And based on this speculation, you are classifying languages. It's not a speculation. See, what happens is that evidence from different languages point to the same direction, only then you come to a conclusion in comparative linguistics, which is very important. So different directions joining together and giving you an idea, it's based on this. And secondly, classification is not based on comparative reconstruction of protoforms. Classification comes first and reconstruction comes later. And also, in linguistics, we are very well aware of the limitations of the comparative method. Every linguist who works in this area knows this very well. We know that a reconstructed language cannot be spoken because it's an approximation of the phonemes of the language. We don't know how it was at a phonetic level. We don't know the meaning of the word was the same because we see the word pashu. Now in Malayalam it means cow. So originally it was just an animal. It's not cow alone. So such changes you can't infer from a word form, from a phonemic form of a word. So all these are well known. And the reconstruction of the proto-forms, proto-languages, takes you in certain directions, which with further evidence is amenable to change. But it's not a speculation, which we have to be very, very sure of. And another idea which this document advances is that languages, Indian languages do not share genetic features, but it could have been due to contact features, similarities. So believe me, a historical linguist or a comparative linguist can clearly make out genetic influence and similarities which occur due to contact. In 90% of the cases, it will be correct. So the attack on linguistics and comparative method, I feel, has no basis. And the argument that this document advances is that Indian languages are genetically related because they have aerial features. I don't want to put in words how to describe this statement. Because aerial features something very simple. It's actually common features among genetically different languages, which has come by living in an area over a long time. So, as a linguist, I feel if I don't point out these aspects of this document, I'll be failing in my duty to students of linguistics and to linguistics. If you go through, and also one thing I want to mention, for the last 30 or 40 years, what is the message from linguistics that the world has shared and known? There is no doubt about it. It is universal language, universal grammar. Linguists have been saying that however different languages are superficially, they share the same grammar. So when linguists are advancing this type of universality, this document says that, no, Indian languages are one. So see the contradictions here. If you go through, one thing you have to remember, Indo-European languages are spoken by half of the people of the world. We have so much data. It's unlike any other language family. We have solid data from different subfamilies and written data starting from Hittite, 4000 BC. So from that time, you have data. The classifications, reconstructions, and all other comments on this is based on this data. No other language family has so much data. It's not a joke. It's not that something that people sit together and say, no, we'll create a family. It's not that. And also, I would like to tell you, historical linguistics, or Indo-European linguistics, even to read the basic texts, it will take months for you. So it is based on data, very scientific application of methods, and rigorous inquiry, which cannot be brushed away just like this. This is all that I want to say. There are a few more points, but I don't want to take more of your time. I feel that I have communicated to you my feeling or my response about this document. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ravi Shankar, for your view. And now I request the scholars to raise whatever your view, and maybe in 1 or 2 minutes, because due to time shortage, and you are requested to just make it brief it as much as possible. Please, Professor, Srinathan would discuss.
Well, it's a very good document in its sense of, at least after this many years, a committee who sat and discussed and looked into a nationalistic perspective to redefine a kind of linguistic framework. But the problem is, what I felt it is a confused protoplasm. Why I say is, the compatibility of disciplines, when you discuss with the transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary use, with the evidences starting from linguistics, taking anthropological evidences, then of course archaeological evidences, and of course the last genomic evidences, what it comes to you, there is a compatibility issue exists. Whatever you want to interpret, and then you are selecting some evidences and taxonomizing, and you say the comparative linguistic issue, but you too do the comparison only. Because even this framework is not away from the philological understanding of the 19th century linguistics. Rather, it is not touching the 20th century linguistics. Rather, it is still stands with the 19th century framework of philology. That means Sir William Jones' philology. And even though in the comparative taxonomy only, this framework is also offering to you. But there is only one difference what I felt is the transdisciplinary dialogue. And when it comes to the transdisciplinary dialogue, you should be very competent enough to check whether the compatibility exists or not. What I found in this whole document, the compatibility is not existing among the transdisciplinary results, inferences, and which I will tell you tomorrow because I am going to talk about the genomic evidences, and then you can understand. So, for example, the linguistic evidence stands with the Holocene, or that means the latest period, but the genetic lineages are mostly from the Pleistocene lineages. That means you cannot have any comparative, approach at all, because Indian population harbors the Pleistocene ancestry with Holocene linguistic lineages. That means there were so many Neolithic period or pre-Neolithic linguistic lineages existed in India, and that is the substratum which works and connects the whole Indian across the language families, and that we forgot to tell, and then we say it is aerial features. That's why we need a very sound discussions on each cross-disciplinary basis and transdisciplinary basis, and to check the compatibility. That's all. That's what the problem which I found by reading the text. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Any other scholars? Okay.
Be in line with each other. They are different points. Book 2 is based on the seminar participations and discussions from across the wide range. There are the presentations from genomic point of view also, because the studies have been done, say for example, by a team of BHU and CSIR and Kolkata University. So one representative of that also is contributing to that. So please go through the second volume before you reach any conclusion, because first volume is just a compilation. In fact, if you read my preface also is different, from that point of view. And that's how, you do not find the volume. Now, as far as the other ideas are concerned, that nowhere the claim is made that Dravidian classification is not justified, Indo-Aryan classification is not justified. It is that apart from these things being there is a bond of relationship between the languages that is highlighted, that is emphasized there. So that point has to be taken in that spirit, in that argument. It nowhere, now lot of work is linguistic diversity in time and space by Joanna Nichols is a different argument altogether. It shows, how along the coastal lines you find the distribution of classifiers in the different languages belong to different families. And that book, when it appeared, no linguist gave any attention to that. But when genomic scientists started working on that, then linguists realized that, okay, we have to look into this issue also.
Actually, it very clearly says this. Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar interrogates the applicability of comparative grammar, genealogical models, and proto-language reconstructions to the Indian context. I don't think that, Indian, sorry sir, just let me complete. Indian context is no different from any other context as far as reconstructions are concerned. Because reconstruction is based on certain technique and certain assumptions. Whether there is civilizational unity or cultural unity and all this doesn't matter. All these things are not taken into account. There are plenty of such statements. I don't want to waste your time by reading out this. I have written it down. Just because there is only very little time, I have confined to this. There are a lot of other issues with this. See, if you see Robert Caldwell as just another missionary, there is something seriously wrong with your thought process. Now the term has been used and it has been put out into print and people are reading it and discussing it. See, Robert Caldwell is being accused of having classified Dravidian languages because he wanted to say that, these people are against, the people who are called Aryans. So such type of, there are a lot of such statements. The discussion session was too short. I can't go into it. Thank you. This is a document in linguistics. It's not a question of reading somebody's spirit deeply. It has to be very precise.
But again, I am repeating that the first book is not a compilation of articles. Please read the second book. It's okay, sir. We will see.
Look, I can respond to that, but I don't want to.
Okay. So, this is a very, the point which we have to ponder over, that is, genetic models assumes that shared features arise from common ancestry, but it is not applicable when it comes to the structural typologies. So, I think the basic conflict which is here is that, see, in that most of the Indian languages by default is in SOV structure. So this shows that we Indians organize thought in the same way, in the shared understanding way. So this is conflicting with the assumption that the genetic model we have formulated on the basis of the phonological manifestation of certain semantic or conceptual structures. So the conflict is, which is more prominent? It is the shared traits in the human organization of thought, or just the manifestation of the phonological manifestation of certain ontological or semantic traits.
Do you believe that people have different modes of thinking? People who speak different languages, they have different modes of thinking.
Then,
now I will give you an example. See, in Malayalam, we say Nalil Moona. In English, we say 3/4. The Malayalam Nalil Moona is closer to the mathematical idea. But does that enable Malayalis to learn mathematics better? No. It gives a concept which, and also she should know that, shared features like, let's say, two languages or two language families are in contact. What transfers from one language to the other are outer features, like lexis, for example, transfers very quickly. Inner features, like structural features, are highly resistant to, change to another thing. You feel you get only very few grammatical changes, very few. Otherwise, see, two languages living in the same area will become one after some time. This Trubetskoy had this idea, but now we know that it never happens. See, Brahui still remains a Dravidian language, despite so much foreign vocabulary.
Thank you, professors and Professor Ravi Shankar sir and Srinathan and Gauri for your views. And now thank you one and all for this wonderful session. And now it's time for breaking for lunch. We will, in the afternoon session, we can have more interesting discussions. Yeah, thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I request all the delegates to kindly take their seats as we begin Day 1, Session 1 of the conference. On behalf of the Department of Linguistics, Central University of Kerala, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this afternoon session. This session is chaired by Dr. Anushree Srinivasan, Associate Professor, Department of Linguistics, Central University of Kerala. We are honored to have with us Professor Sonal Kulkarni Joshi, Professor, Department of Linguistics, Deccan College, Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune, who will be delivering the special talk. We are also pleased to welcome Professor K. Srikumar, Professor, Department of Linguistics, University of Lucknow, and Professor M.C. Kesavamurthy, Professor, Department of Dravidian and Computational Linguistics, Dravidian University, Kuppam, who will be delivering talks in this session. We warmly welcome all our distinguished speakers, the chair, and the delegates present here today. I request the dignitaries present here to please come forward and be seated. Sir, please. I now request Dr. Anushree Srinivasan, chair of this session, to kindly commence the session.
Okay, thank you. So, welcome to the first session of the day. So, today we have three talks. One special talk by Professor Sonal Kulkarni Joshi. She will be talking on the topic, Why Convergence Matters, Indian Multilingualism and the Future of Language Contact Studies. Followed by a talk by Professor K. Srikumar on the topic, Syntactic Convergence Across Bharatiya Languages. And then we'll have the third talk by Professor M.C. Kesavamurthy on the topic, Contact and Convergence in the Development of Telugu. So if all are seated, we'll begin the session. First talk by Professor Sonal Kulkarni Joshi. Before she commences the talk, we'll have a small introduction about her.
Professor Sonal Kulkarni Joshi is a highly respected scholar and an internationally recognized authority in linguistics with over 25 years of research experience and nearly 2 decades of teaching at the postgraduate and doctoral levels. She is currently Professor of Linguistics at the Department of Linguistics, Deccan College, Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune. She has previously served as Associate Professor and has held several key academic and administrative positions. Professor Kulkarni Joshi holds a PhD in Linguistics from the University of Reading, United Kingdom, awarded under the prestigious Felix Scholarship, and an MA in Linguistics from the Deccan College. Her scholarly work spans social dialectology, sociolinguistics, language contact, discourse studies, and cognitive approaches to grammar, with a strong focus on Indo-Aryan languages. She has led and collaborated on major national and international research projects, including large-scale dialect documentation initiatives, cross-border and diaspora language studies, and projects on language change, identity, and multilingualism. A prolific researcher, she has published extensively in reputed national and international journals and edited volumes, delivered a wide range of plenary and invited lectures across India and abroad. She served on editorial and advisory boards of leading linguistic publications. As a dedicated mentor, she has successfully guided several PhD, MPhil, and master's dissertations, making a lasting contribution to the development of linguistic scholarship and research culture in India. It's my great honor to invite Professor Sonal Kulkarni Joshi for her special talk on the topic, Why Convergence Matter, Indian Multilingualism and the Future of Language Contact Studies.
Yeah, this is working. I thought as much. Right, so once again, the session chair, Dr. Anushri, most respected Professor Panikar, Professor Asi Sharma, the co-speakers in this seminar, and the students. I would like to begin, of course, by thanking very much for the kind invitation to this seminar to share my understanding of the theme of this seminar, which is language contact and convergence in India. I have a lot of maneuvering to do, so I will do my best. And I just noticed that the slides here are not moving, probably. So, no, it's fine. Now it's fine. Right, it's fine. I'd like to begin by showing you this image. Not very far from here, I believe. Kannur is about 100 kilometers from Kasaragod. And this is a very common an image that most of us in India are familiar with. In many parts of Kerala, especially, we find temple wells, temple ponds, especially where the water resource is shared. Now, what I found very striking about this is that the roads which are leading down to the water body are very beautiful, they're varied, and the routes to these water resource, although they are varied, you find that different people take different routes to get to the water for different purposes. It could be for using the water resource, it could be for washing, it could be for various reasons. And somehow my understanding of what I'm trying to get across is my understanding of language contact, which is very much like this water resource, where contact need not. I mean, just as in the image that I've shown you, you wouldn't expect to be asked the question, which is the original route, or which is the more authentic route to the water body. Similarly, I believe in a language contact situation, contact need not imply hierarchy. Convergence, which is going to be the topic of my presentation, need not imply sameness. So today when I talk, my interest is going to be more than contact per se. I will be talking about convergence and why convergence matters theoretically. Also what it tells us about multilingualism in the Indian context and how it forces us to rethink the future of language contact studies in India and in general. Another metaphor in the session that we had just before lunch, another metaphor which came to mind was very much, I could almost imagine the students in the room feeling confused perhaps, especially if they're master's students, about the views and counter views which were being discussed in the session. So I think this is the old parable, very cliched but still very relevant, the elephant in the room. So I need to tell you right at the beginning from what perspective I'm looking at this elephant called language contact and convergence. It is my training in sociolinguistics and my work, my understanding of contact and convergence that I'm hoping to share with you through this presentation. My take on this seminar, of course, we had this already before lunch, but I see this as an intellectual moment which has been created by the Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti volumes. As we know, the volumes are the immediate reason, or the focus of the seminar is on discussing, presenting views and counter views on the volumes. And the seminars are being organized across the country, as was already shared by Professor Sharma in the morning session. In my view, this promises to be a churning of ideas. I choose to be a little optimistic. I think as a discipline, it's very important to have a churning, a stirring of ideas. And such churning, I believe, is productive, not because it is going to produce closure. So I remember when I attended my first conference, I thought that at the end of the conference, there will be some resolution, there will be some closure on a debate. Far from that, we're getting a debate started, we're getting a discussion started. So reopening questions, which I believe are central to Indian linguistics, have lived with us, we have lived with those questions for a century, are going to be heard in this seminar. And the volumes, I think, are an invitation to rethink the epistemological foundations of Indian linguistic studies as we practice Indian linguistics in the country today. And of course, as has been said already, the relationship between language, civilization, and knowledge traditions. I admit that there is some repetition in my initial slides, but in order to make my pitch, which will be to discuss convergence as I understand it, I'll have to go over some sections of the volume which got my attention, so bear with me. The strengths of the proposed, what has been dubbed the civilizational framework, what has been dubbed as a paradigm shift, I see this as a long-term historical perspective. It has foregrounded continuity, and back at Deccan College, I work next door to the Department of Archaeology, which is intensely working on the Harappan culture, and my understanding of continuity, whether it is linguistic continuity or cultural civilizational, I find that it has been molded by my colleagues in the next door department, that history is layered, that there is ongoing interaction rather than episodic contact. So I see this as one important takeaway from the model. The centrality of multilingualism, which is default. So unlike some of the textbooks in linguistics that I read as a master's student, where monolingualism was the norm and multilingualism, the Indian case, was something of a deviant situation almost. But enough has been said about that in the morning session. An integration of language with culture, society, knowledge systems, and what this volume presents it as a correction of Eurocentric narratives. Do I subscribe to this position? I hope my presentation will present that. The native categories vis-a-vis the lived experience, the entire decolonial question, I'll gloss this and move on. I see this discussion, even the very seminar that we are having right now. Sorry, I forgot to change the slides there. I see this as a part of a wider debate which seems to be emerging throughout the world, which is again named the decolonial linguistic argument. I happen to be a contributor to the volume that you see on the screen right now. And what we have realized from participating, from becoming a part of this project, which was the book, I find that similar voices of dissent or similar voices of discontent are being heard across the world, in the Caribbean, in Africa, where some of the first documentations of language were done under colonial rule. Right? So I just want to give this perspective that we are not, this is not a singular moment. This seems to be a part of a wider felt need to readdress the ways in which we have understood our languages. The need for decolonial linguistics, where there is not a rejection of either what we call today or understand today as the discipline of linguistics, or what we understand as the indigenous grammatical tradition, in the plural I would say traditions, but to call for an epistemic dialogue which should eventually contribute to theory building for linguistics. Northern perspectives, as they have been called, the colonial perspective has been referred to as the northern perspective. In the paper that we contributed to this volume, we noted several parallels, not just in the colonial intervention, as we know that the British colonials were, of course, the motivation was to understand the land better, the languages better, because they were going to administer, they were administrators of this land. But before I move on to the other perspective, within the colonial British perspective, what was almost a refrain was a perceived, the diversity, the linguistic diversity that has been described already, was perceived as disorder which needed taming. So here's a quote, and I'll read only a part of the quote from the Imperial Gazetteer, published in 1909, where understanding or chronicling or documenting the languages of or the linguistic varieties of the land was referred to as some kind of a taming of the linguistic wilderness. I'm reading just the part in red. For natives at present, this is what is written in the article, phonators at the present day are not able to comprehend the idea connoted by the words a language. Dialects, they know and understand. They separate them and distinguish them with a meticulous, hair-splitting subtlety, which to us, the British colonials, seems unnecessary and absurd, but their minds are not trained to grasp the conception so familiar to us of a general term embracing a number of interconnected dialects. So for them, of course we know that the coinage of names like Bengali, Assamese, etc. have been attributed to the first efforts at chronicling, documenting the languages. So it was very important, and I see again this link to the discussion that we had in the morning about the need for categories. So by putting labels to these linguistic varieties, Assamese, Bengali, Marathi, Tamil, etc., Tamil, of course, already existed, but some of the other languages, we are creating categories which then become the basis of further linguistic analysis. The creation of languages out of what were otherwise dialect continua is something that we owe to the Linguistics Survey of India, in which we saw a privileging of written over spoken languages, where homogeneity was privileged over heterogeneity, because we have a language. We blur the dialectal variations when we refer to it as one language, where monolingualism was privileged over multilingual repertoires. That was the colonial interest and the colonial enterprise, but I find continuities in the colonial interest and something, interventions that we had, American interventions that we had in understanding the Indian linguistic scene post-independence. So in terms of their methods, in terms of their categories, in terms of assumptions of internal homogeneity, one finds continuity as we move from the colonial to the American paradigm. So of course here, in case the students are not aware, in the 1960s, when the summer and the winter schools in linguistics, this is when linguistics first began in the country, many of these schools were hosted at Deccan College. We had a number of American, the textbooks that you're reading today, Gumpers or Dwyer or William Bright, many of these came to Pune and took interest in the variability in language that they found around them. And this linguistic variability was, in a way, used to strengthen a theoretical viewpoint, which is emerging in America at that time, something that we recognize as sociolinguistics today. That there is a correlation, a one-to-one correlation between linguistic variability and social hierarchy. These interventions have been ones where multilingualism has been treated as data, haven't really resulted in any theory producing. Coming back now to the Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar framework, as I understand the two volumes, the questions that the volumes are primarily asking, what is Bharatiya Bhasha? What kinds of entities exist in the Indian linguistic world? What is the nature of language in the Indian civilizational context? And I see all of these as ontological questions. This morning we had Dr. Ravi Shankar Nair very eloquently talking about the need for categories. I mean, just as there would be no discipline of chemistry without a periodic table, you need some categories on which to base your analysis, but I'll have more to say about this later. Recurring claims which are made in the, in the volumes would be that language is a civilizational practice. I think there's a lot of repetition here, so I'll skip this slide. Presenting a perspective on this, on these two volumes now, and this is where this is my take on the volumes. How are these claims to be studied, tested, and verified? So something that the Dean, Professor Joseph, talked about in the morning session, we cannot lose sight of scientific temper when we approach the framework which is presented in the two volumes to us. So in the rest of my presentation, I'll focus more on the methodology, because I believe that for us to judge, for us to decide whether the model is useful or not useful, we first need to know ways of studying, testing, and verifying. Any model has to be falsifiable. That's our training in linguistics. What counts as evidence for convergence or shared norms? All right, I'm focusing only narrowly on convergence. At what scale should these claims hold? At the macro, the micro, the domain specific? Again, a question of methodology. How do we distinguish pattern convergence from impressionistic similarity? Right? So this I realize, so while the volumes for me do, they're presented ontologies, but there is an epistemological, an epistemological and a methodological gap. The issue of classification worries one as well. What the position taken in the volumes is vis-a-vis classification, we've already looked at that. But note that the contrary model, Bhasha Pariwar, which is a linguistic area model, also presupposes classification. When we talk about convergence resulting in linguistic areas, convergence across what? So we do require the categories in which, in the areal model, they happen to be the language families. So we can't, it looks like we can't dispense with any kind of category at all. So to talk about convergence, we need to talk about convergence across languages, convergence across dialects, convergence about families of language, in any kind of comparison in terms of similarity and dissimilarity, which is what convergence studies are all about. We require what is preempted, what the premise is, that these categories exist. I too would subscribe to the view that classification is unavoidable in any scientific discipline. Classifications are based on similarities and difference. They enable us to test hypotheses. At the same time, we do find, so although in their defense, linguists might say that categories like Indo-Aryan, Dravidian were always meant to be just that, only linguistic categories, I wonder whether as linguists we can shirk the responsibility or the misappropriation of these categories, which is happening both in the public domain, public political domain, as well as in academia. Just over lunch, I was sharing an example at a conference, an interdisciplinary conference which took place in Bangalore in 2019-2018. Archaeologists, anthropologists, historians, literary scholars, and linguists re-looking at whether, sometimes I wonder whether we are flogging a dead horse, but the Indo-Aryan invasion hypothesis was being re-looked at. And geneticists in the conference actually presented, from a very reputed institute, presented the methodology in which the blood samples had been collected from speakers of Indo-Aryan, speakers of Dravidian, speakers of Munda, and speakers of Tibeto-Burman. So this I see as a complete misappropriation. Of course, they're misguided in taking up what are linguistic nomenclatures, linguistic categories for genetic analysis. But I wonder whether we can afford to say, that's not my problem, all right? I mean, as linguists, I think we need to address misappropriation if we see this happening. This is bringing me almost to the close of the first part of my presentation. So in sum, the strength of the Bharatiya Bhasha framework lies in redefining what language is. I'll repeat what I said at the beginning, this churning, stirring, sorry for my metaphors from the kitchen, but I see this as a very useful exercise. It is a part of a global introspection, so this is not restricted. I tried to show that there are scholars elsewhere who are also relooking at analyses which happen to be produced in colonial times. And for me, the future of the framework depends on how rigorously we show this being empirically. The empirical testing of the model for me is important. I think there's a repetition here, but the testability, verifiability, and being empirically grounded is very important. Without this very important process, for me, the model, the framework, the paradigm shift as it is being described will be ideological inspiration rather than a scientific model. So this then brings me to the second part of contact and convergence, and the organizers have asked me to talk about convergence. I will not repeat what was said in the morning, but we know that there has been the multilingual situation in the Indian context has attracted a good amount of an impressive amount of scholarly work in contact linguistics, and traditionally South Asian multilingualism has been believed to be stable, what are the other descriptors, non-replacive, and it is this kind of bilingualism, stable, long-lasting, non-replacive, which has resulted in specific patterns of convergence which we believe are distinctly South Asian. So we know that from the works which have been cited earlier, India has been described as a linguistic area, India as a semantic area, India as a sociolinguistic area. The question today, I think, is no longer whether India is a linguistic area. There has been convergence, but within the discipline and within contact linguistics in particular, the way I understand it is in understanding the processes of convergence. The interest is not so much in the outcome, the products of language contact, but in understanding the processes. How does convergence take place? Some of the key observations that as a student of contact linguistics I must keep in mind is what is distinctive about the Indian contact situation contrasted implicitly with contact elsewhere. Extreme genetic diversity, and as I said, I see reason for retaining until and unless we can find a good substitute for language family. I find it is difficult for us to talk about convergence and aerial processes if we don't have the categories to begin with. I'm well aware that Emino in his 1956 paper talks about the typological historical method. There are problems in using that method, which I could talk about later on, but not having anything to refer to would probably not take us very far in our studies of convergence, is my experience. Stable long-term bilingualism, convergence without a loss of identity. So just as the steps in the Kannur well have not collapsed, it's not one route, there are multiple routes. We find that there is a good amount of maintenance, preservation of linguistic diversity, and that convergence, especially in the South Asian Indian context, goes beyond the lexicon. So deep structural, semantic, pragmatic level convergence has been observed. Synopsis of some important studies. I would take you directly to the micro level studies. So I talked to you about the shift which is happening within the field of contact linguistics, not focusing on the products of language contact, but more on the processes. So for this, the micro level studies have been, the shift of focus has been on micro level studies, micro areas, micro-linguistic areas in which the processes of diffusion or convergence can be directly observed. So when we talk about the entire continent or subcontinent as a linguistic area, the processes are not observable. How did Tibeto-Burman come to have features that you also find in Dravidian languages? We do not have the situation in which those processes would have operated. So using what I understand as the principle of uniformitarianism, we use present-day contact situations to understand what these processes have been like over a period of time. So I'm proposing, therefore, in a partial response to my own I'm not sure what word to use, but my partial dissatisfaction that there is no methodology to address the model which is being proposed. I'm proposing that a close study of border zones of micro-areal comparisons could be looked at as an alternative methodological route. What does this method mean? What does it do? It treats border zones as primary sites of linguistic inquiry. These are not to be looked at as marginal spaces. This gives us a chance to focus narrowly on village-to-village, local comparison, community-to-community comparison, and we can observe everyday interaction as the locus of contact and convergence. These are directly observable. My own work, of course, Professor Panikar talked about a presentation I had done 15 years ago when I was focused very narrowly on the Marathi Dravidian contact zone. Since then, I feel very blessed to be a linguist practicing the discipline in Maharashtra. We have a good number of contact zones, so it is Marathi Gujarati, Marathi Hindi, Marathi Chhattisgarhi, Marathi Telugu, Marathi Kannada, and Marathi Konkani. So Maharashtra and Marathi, the Marathi-speaking area, has been described as Dakshinapath, a transition between the Indo-Aryan north and the Dravidian south. This makes the entire Marathi-speaking region a kind of a laboratory into which to look very closely at the processes that one is interested in as a student of contact and convergence. So what I have in the initial few slides is a synopsis of what I understand so far. For this presentation, I'll be focusing narrowly on the Indo-Aryan Dravidian. But as I said, there are enough, sorry, I forgot to move to the map. There are other contact situations as well. Marathi Ahirani, Gujarati, that is a dialect continuum we are looking at. The Marathi Vidarbha, Hindi, that's another continuum that we are looking at. The Marathi Konkan, Goa, that's another. So there's plenty to be looked at. I'm presenting here only a snippet of what what I've been doing. And this has given us an opportunity to re-look at certain established models. A critique of the substratum model. I am willing to understand more about how all of you understand the substratum model. But one writing, or rather a linguist whose writings have had an impact on my way of thinking is Hans Hock, where the substratum model and how easily it has been evoked in explaining some of the contact phenomena in prehistoric India needs to be problematized. So we are not dismissing the model entirely, but its over-application in explaining contact situations has to be problematized. Substratum, as we know, implies unequal relations among the speakers of different language groups. There's a donor language group and the recipient language group. And the alternatives which are being proposed in the literature is bidirectional transfer, and by and large we find that a number of contact situations there has been bidirectional transfer. The role of borrowing with diglossia is another process. So as I said, the interest needs to be in the processes of understanding the give and take of linguistic material. So from my own study of old Marathi texts, including the Leela Charitra, the Naneshwari, etc., we find there is reason to believe that this was not a case of some prehistoric contact between Indo-Aryan and Dravidian, which has resulted in Dravidian-like features in present-day Marathi, but presumably it's a later-day contact. And how has the contact taken place with? I'm sorry, I would request you to remind me to change the slides if I forget to do that. The reason, a number of doublets that one finds, lexical doublets that one finds in the old Marathi literature, Leela Charitra would be dated around 1298. You find that, for example, so Leela Charitra is a collection of stories related to Chakradhar Swami. And you find that when the description is about Chakradhar Swami eating, the word which is invariably used is arogana keli, which is from the Kannada root arogisu, versus if it is anyone else eating, it would use a Sanskrit root jevan keli. So this is only one example, but there are reasons to believe that it was a process which involved borrowing with diglossia, which must have existed at this period of time. But continuing with the Indo-Aryan Dravidian, of course, Gumpers and Wilson has been a model we can't ignore if you're doing contact linguistics in India. What the model very famously presented was a case of isomorphism, where long-term, stable, non-replacive bilingualism resulted in morpheme-to-morpheme translation across the three languages in contact in the village of Kupwar, which are Kannada, Marathi, and Urdu. There was reason to believe, so this entire, the map, which is from one of my papers, although the interest was in just this village, so Gumpers and Wilson, there's a very interesting, tracing the footsteps of Gumpers and Wilson in Kupwar in itself was a very rich learning opportunity. But because the findings that I had between 2005 to 2012 did not entirely endorse Gumpus's views from 1971, I had to trace the entire border between Maharashtra and Karnataka, which I believe runs into about 2,200 kilometers, to find courage. I was starting off as a linguist then, to assert that the claim regarding isomorphism and this very special kind of contact situation which was described for Kupwad needs to be questioned. The close bilingualism has not produced isomorphism. Of course, it won't be possible for me to show the entire evidence here, but this is what I've discussed in the paper. But importantly, what it shows is that there is structured variation, there's flexibility, all right, in the understanding of what are linguistic norms. You find flexibility in all contact areas. There's a coexistence of multiple grammatical options. So this study, it led to the identification of microareal patterns of linguistic convergence. So here I picked on only one. This is still a feature-based analysis from 2016. As I said, in microareal studies, the shift is happening from single features to bundles of features now. But just to give you one example here, what I noticed, so for example, we know that Marathi, like Sanskrit, has grammatical gender, where there are masculine, feminine, and neuter nouns. On the other hand, Kannada has only semantic gender. It has 3 genders, but the classification, there you go again, the classification of nouns into genders is based on semantic criteria rather than grammatical ones. So what we notice in this border region, the entire, all the villages that we sample along the Maharashtra-Karnataka border, these are non-standard varieties, of course, a hesitation between the standard-like Marathi gender assignment and a Kannada-like gender assignment. So these patterns of shifts, so what I've tried to show in this graph, which is again from the same paper, what you see along the horizontal axis are the years in which my speakers, the speakers from whom I collected data, were born, 1923 to 1992. And of course, what is special about 1960, this is the year in which the state formation, linguistic state formation, took place. So what I observed was in the repertoires of individual speakers, these are individuals, you find a hesitation in the assignment of gender, which varied between the Kannada-like pattern and the Marathi-like pattern. Although, look at the black colored in the bars, the standard Marathi-like gender assignment was still very predominant. After 1960, however, we find that the variation almost entirely disappears, and for speakers born after 1972, there is no Kannada-like gender assignment at all. So this was a very revealing observation, the impact. So when we talk about continuities, when we talk about the uniformitarian principle that the contact situations and outcomes that we observe today would not be very different from what we found in prehistoric times or ancient times, I think the linguistic state formation has done, I don't know what, has changed the trajectory at least, if continuities. So the linguistic continuities which must have obtained earlier, we find that the non-competitive stable bilingualism is increasingly being replaced by patterns of language shift and very much a case of language competition being introduced at the borders. It was also very fruitful to compare microareal patterns elsewhere. So as I said, I had to travel the entire border to know that what I observed in Kupwad was indeed the case. So the nature of variability that I observed along the border was a function of several non-linguistic factors, including the distance of the village from the Maharashtra-Karnataka border. So for example, you find that Kupwad, which is very close, is about 6 kilometers from the border, as compared to Bijapur or Dharwad. So these are further away from the border. Kasargod, from right here, I'm relying on data which Ghadge had collected in the 1960s, compared with Cochin and South Canara. So if we look at different dialects or different speech varieties of Marathi which have been in contact with Dravidian languages, you find it's not a uniform picture. there's a story to be told, and the factors which are playing a role are distance from the border, whether it's a migrant variety or a border variety, what was the caste status of the speakers, a number of factors which help you to understand the making, the becoming of the microareal pattern. So if the question that arises then is, if convergence is not always about identical structures, I would like to highlight that very much. It's not about identical, it's not about same, it's what should we be looking for. So what my field work and field experience tells me is that convergence is not very often not about same structures, it's about shared patterns, right? And something that I'm hoping to add, this is very much ongoing work, that these patterns are to be observed even in the area, in the domain of prosody and narrative structure. So another a very opportune, I felt really, it was a privilege to have worked on the Marathi dialect survey, a project that we did at the Deccan College for a good 6 years. And it helped us to collect data on non-standard varieties of Marathi from across the entire state, from 3,000 speakers. So this, in case you haven't visited, today of course I won't have the time to say much about the project, but do visit the project website, which is given to you at the bottom of the slide, for how dialectology can be done in present-day times with the help of technology and digitization. What I'd like to take from this dialect survey is the narrations that we collected. We collected lexical items, we collected grammatical structures, and we collected narrations. So for this presentation, I'm focusing only on the narrations, and the premise of my the work that I'm doing right now, of course, is that in addition to going beyond the grammatical features, directly observable would be the prosodic features, the discourse organization of narrations, which is lived natural data from the border areas. So just to give you a flavor of what these narrations sound like, of course, if you haven't, you don't know what the sound of standard Marathi is, this recording may not mean much, but let me play it to you anyway.
ससा आणि कासव हे दोन मित्र असतात. एकदा असेच खेळता खेळता मग ते त्यांचे म्हणजे असं बोलणं होते. ससा म्हणतो की तू माझ्यापेक्षा जास्त नाही धावू शकस. कासव म्हणते मग ठीक आहे आपण, ससा म्हणतो की आपण शर्यत लावू.
So that was from the northern part of, northern extreme of Maharashtra, where Marathi borders with Hindi. The next narration that you're going to hear, sorry, I can't keep this silence, so...
एक असतं ससोन एक असतं कासव. बाळूक पण मजा येतात. दोघांची लागतं शर्यत, सशाची आणि कासवाची. मग कासव आणि ससो काय म्हणतात, कोण पुढे जातात बघूया. तर सर्गीनं जातो 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 एकदम सुटतो. मग ससो दमतात.
If there's interest, we can come back to these narrations. But importantly, for this presentation, almost 700 linguistically annotated narrations are made available on the project website. You have these are audio-linked files, so you can listen to the audio and look at the transcript, and all of this is open source. So if anybody wants to compare across the border using Marathi data, it's all available on the website to be downloaded. A little bit about narrative practices as a window into convergence. As we know, narratives, so these are personal narrations, these are narrations of traditional stories, and in every village that we sampled, and we sampled close to 300 villages, we have taken at least 2, if not more, narrations, one of which, and we, between 8 and 14 speakers from every village. So we have a lot of data which is waiting to be annotated, but the 700 narrations which are available on the website currently, these are a mix of traditional narrations, like the, as you must have heard, the Sasa Kasa. Any guesses which story this might be? The tortoise and the hare story, all right? And there are the woodcutter story, the old woman and the pumpkin story, as well as a lot of personal narrations. And given that this project was done before and after the COVID, we have a lot of narrations related to the COVID as well. So all in all, the narrations from all over the Marathi-speaking region give us a way of understanding convergence phenomena, especially at the border areas, because narratives are known to integrate grammar, discourse organization, prosody and rhythm, evaluation and stance, and they are culturally relevant. They're embedded in the culture about which the narration is done. So narrative data reveal convergence as a stabilized multilingual practice, and they give us an opportunity to go beyond grammar. So currently, I am looking at the prosody and pragmatics of narrative data from Changarh district. So I don't know if the map is visible to you, but the red circle is at the is a meeting point between Maharashtra, Goa, and Karnataka. On the Maharashtra side, it would be the Changarh Tehsil. In Karnataka, it would be the Khanapur Tehsil in Belgavi district. I have not included the Goa data at present, but these are all adjacent tehsils at the confluence of the three states. I would be able to point out only to some prosody-related and discourse organization-related features which go beyond the grammar. So it is the same micro area, but a different understanding, a different perspective on convergence phenomena, which one gets through the narrations. Existential opening. So in all the narrations that we are looking at, so there is a woodcutter, or there is a rabbit, and there is a tortoise. The rabbit and the tortoise decide to have a race. So the entry into the story world is through the use of an existential. So I'm reading out the Marathi example in case it's not legible from where you are. Sasani kasav asta, all right, and त्यांच्या दोघांतनं शर्यत चालू असते. That's in Marathi, and the Kannada Khanapur Ali Vandu Mola Ittu. So the existential entry into the story world, which I believe, okay, but I'll talk about that later. So just listening to the... All right, I wonder whether that was audible. No? So I've been told to go back twice and move forward. All right, the use of prosody. So mola ittu, you have a high fall, and then you have a rising, which gets you into the story. So we're looking at these prosodic patterns using a very simplified use of prosodic annotation. Iconicity, the rhythmic repetition and prosody in folk narrations. So if you were to listen to the Marathi excerpt from the rabbit and tortoise story.
आणि कासवास काय वाटतं, कासव गप्प असतं कारण का ते तुला बाळ हळूहळू हळूहळू जाणार.
All right, I'm sure all of you heard the halu 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 zanar, all right, and compare that with the Kannada.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಮೆ ಶಾಂತ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತು ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ.
All right, so would the students like to, just for me to know that I'm getting this across to you, the rhythmic repetition and prosody, which is where the meaning, the form is imitating the meaning, which is what we call iconicity. All right, so this imitation is very rampant. So halu 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 zanar shanta uttara kortu. All right, you find that the use of devices is very similar. Going beyond the prosody, you find when you the sequential organization, which is immensely interesting, I find. Only some snippets from the analysis so far. You find that sometimes the sequential organization in the narration is how do you link different events in the narration is done via lexical means. So for example, over here in Marathi, the word mug, which is a conjunctive word in the language. Magka sasa udya mari. So every new information which is introduced in the narration is either introduced using mug in Marathi or amele, which is afterwards in Kannada. But you also find converbs being used, which is also another kind of a lexical cohesive tie, which is used. So to read the Kannada, this is the closest I can get to a Dravidian language, so I will just read this. Amale mola bar 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 ortade. Odi all right? So you find this kind of a chaining of events which is happening using lexical cohesion ties. Similarly, sasayeto, yaun, all right? You find that this kind of a linkage is also very rampant in the narrations that we have observed so far. And to finish this off, more than the conjunctive use, more than the use of words like and or repeating a verb in its conjunctive form, the use of parataxis. I think this is very likely to be an aerial feature for the entire South Asia, but again, that's an empirical matter. We find that the event sequencing is preferred over causal explanation. So what do we mean by parataxis? Parataxis, you're juxtaposing events. He came, he saw, he conquered. That kind of, sorry, just came from the top of my head. So you find in the Marathi story here, the monkeys followed the same process. They threw it down. The cap seller got back to his caps as they were. So you do not find any conjunctive lexical or grammatical means here. You're using a juxtaposition strategy where the causality has to be inferred from the use of parataxis. So, sorry, I mean, that's all that I have right now for the narratives. Also, although the prosody analysis is very turning out to be interesting. What the narratives show us is shared discourse structuring strategies, and there was some talk in the previous session about whether we have one way of thinking. All right, I think we are kind of shaking the premise of the superior hypothesis here probably. Intonation contours which are shared, narrative pacing and emphasis, pragmatic alignment. So in all of these, what all of these narrative analyses are showing us that there is convergence, but the differences persist. One need not expect to find a complete lexical collapse or grammatical collapse. There are other ways in which these languages are converging, and there are other levels at which the convergence operates. So why convergence matters? I'm very close to the end of my presentation now. It explains stability of the multilingual pattern without homogenization. It forces us to look beyond lexicon and grammar. It makes multilingualism theory producing. I think it's very important if you want to provoke and propose a new model, it has to be one which will produce a theory. It demands new methods, and my small contribution here is that I find a lot of worth in using the micro-areal discourse-based approach. It redefines as what counts as evidence in context studies. So in closing, I'd like to reiterate that where I'm positioned right now, I see the Bharatiya Bhasha initiative as a useful provocation. I hope it is going to provoke fresh thinking, a debate, a self-reflection within Indian linguistics. I believe that this provocation, however, should result in a dialogue between civilizational perspectives as well as linguistics in which we are trained. I hope we won't be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We have to keep some indispensable methods from linguistics. Micro-areal studies allow us to see convergence not as an abstract areal claim, but as an empirically observable process. These are some of my references. Thank you very much for listening patiently.
Thank you so much, madam, for that interesting speech and sharing with us your research on especially Marathi narratives in the border areas. I think we can open the floor for questions. Or shall we just go to the next speaker and we'll have a discussion at the end? Okay, fine. Okay, so for the next talk, we have Professor K. Sri Kumar. Before you begin the talk, we have a small introduction about you. Yes. We'll have it at the end, yeah, all together. Yeah. Okay, so.
It is our great honor and privilege to introduce Professor K. Sri Kumar, one of the most distinguished and accomplished scholars in the field of linguistics in India. With over 3 decades of exemplary academic service, Professor Srikumar is currently a professor of linguistics at the University of Lucknow and has served with distinction at several premier institutions, including Banaras Hindu University, MS University of Baroda, Ambedkar University of Agra, and the IIT Kanpur. His pioneering research, particularly on Malayalam within the framework of universal grammar and government and binding theory, has made enduring and seminal contributions to Dravidian linguistics and modern syntactic theory. Professor Srikumar has an outstanding record of scholarship, research leadership, and academic service. He has guided doctoral research, led language documentation and NLP initiatives, published extensively in reputed national and international journals, and served in several prestigious roles, including head of the department, expert member of national academic bodies, and members of boards of studies at leading central universities across India. A recipient of numerous national honors and academic awards, including multiple Best Paper awards, Professor Srikumar's contributions continue to shape generations of scholars and significantly advance the study of linguistics in India. We are deeply honored to have him with us today. I invite him for his talk on the topic Syntactic Convergence across Bharatiya languages.
Well, I'm not going to talk about linguistic convergence across the Bharatiya languages. I would be rather looking at convergence from the micro-linguistic perspective, as just Sonal had been talking about. Of course, there has been a lot of work on what are the, macro-linguistic aspects that you have among the different Indian languages. People like Anvita B. and Subbarao had worked extensively on that. Well, when we think about convergence, I think that convergence happens in the minds of the native speakers. It actually comes about because speakers would like to avoid making conflicting choices. So when they acquire language, they try to have the same, if they are given the option of more than one parametric choices, if you talk from the point of view of generative paradigm, then they try to, choose the simpler option given the environment they are put to. So that is my point of view about convergence in general. Now coming to micro-linguistic aspects, I think there are two kinds of micro-linguistic aspects. I think there are two kinds of micro-linguistic convergence. One would be wherein a language is surrounded by totally, genetically unrelated languages. The language may be totally surrounded by genetically unrelated languages. Then that would give rise to complete convergence. On the other hand, if you have, borders between genetically diverse languages, then the kind of convergence you would have would be a kind of mixed, mixed languages. Bayer has called it as kind of a hybrid grammar. The areas where you have this kind of hybrid grammars would be, the areas ranging from Maharashtra on the west to Bengal and Odisha on the other side, on the eastern side. in these regions, if you look at the clausal complementation, you can find that the clausal complementizer can be both on the left as well as the final position. So in Marathi, you have that, you can have a final complementizer and also a pre-clausal complementizer. Okay. Could be difficult for me. Next. Here, clausal complementization, yeah. The 12th example, that is a Marathi example where you have a clause final complementizer, which is the example number 12. Yeah. There you have a clause final complementizer te. And in B also you have the same thing, but in the C example you have clausal complementizer on the left of the clause. So all these possibilities are possible in Marathi. Besides that, Marathi also retains ergative case for subject of the sentence, and even in the the Bangla examples also illustrate the same thing, that you can have clausal complementizer either on the before the verb or after the verb. Depending on that, the complementizer would differ in its position. If the clausal complementizer is after the verb, then the embedded clause would take a pre-clausal complementizer, and if it is after the verb, if it is before the verb, then the clausal complementizer would come out as the final complementizer. And final complementizers are always, derived from the verb to say. Marathi is an exception there. You can have pronominal complementizers also, like iti. I think it is te and asa, right? Asa is an adverbial element. Then, coming to relative clause constructions in Marathi, Odia, and Bangla, you can have participial relative clauses, and also you can also have post-nominal relative clauses, which is the general trend in Indo-Aryan languages. And the participial clauses are actually something that is on the model of Dravidian languages, you can say. Of course, it extends to Gujarati, and most of the Tibeto-Berber languages also do have them. Then stop at 18. What I was trying to say was that in Marathi you can have, if you have a relative clause construction, then the subject of the clause may be ergative in case. That possibility is available in Marathi, but that is not possible in Bangla. Bangla, even otherwise, doesn't have ergative case. Ergative case is lost along the entire eastern belt. Only in Assamese you have it, but Oriya and Bangla both doesn't have ergative case. But then historically it had it as, texts of Charya Giti tell you, but in modern Bangla or in the Bangla that developed from the medieval times, you don't have ergative case. So if there is a subject in the relative clause construction, then it should take genitive case in Bangla. In ODI, it can be nominative in case, but on the Western side, in Marathi, it can be ergative case. The subject of the relative clause could be ergative in case, or it can also be genitive in case. So complete convergence is something that you can find in Dakhini in Hyderabad. That is because, as I told you, it is totally surrounded by genetically non-related languages, that is Telugu, Kannada, and so on. That's the reason why there you have that complete convergence. But in languages like Marathi, Bangla, Odia, and so on, which are located on areas where you have boundaries for genetic, diversity, there you don't get complete convergence. What you get is rather mixed kind of grammar or hybrid grammar. Then I can illustrate one more example for complete convergence. Kindly take me to the, I think example, it was 56 or something. I will take you to Uttarakhand. In Uttarakhand, there is a language called Dharma, which is a Tibeto-Burman language. Take me further. Yeah, from there. Just, yeah. Yeah, Dharma is, the speakers of Dharma are, located in the Pithoragarh district. They are, they are migratory tribes. They spend their winter time along the lowlands near Dharachula and Munshiari, and during the summers they move to the highlands, which is nearer to Nepal and Tibet. So their winter about brings them into contact with languages like Kumaoni, and their summer about takes them to be in contact with languages like Nepali. Now, Dharma speakers are bilinguals from childhood. They have command over Kumaoni, Hindi, and Nepali, besides their mother tongue Dharma. Now, Dharma, if you look at examples like 34, 35, and so on, you notice that in this language, nominals are not marked for grammatical functions. Here I am particularly looking at grammatical function marking, how grammatical relations are expressed. So if you look at nominals, you find that they are not accompanied with any postposition marking their grammatical relations. So you can have G as the subject and also G as the object of the verb. The only requirement is that the nominal should be placed one after the other in the order SOV. So only putting them in the SOV word order would give rise to how you have to interpret in terms of their grammatical relations. But then there is a trend in Dharma to mark its subject with a postposition. That is, if you move downwards, yeah, here. In the 39th example, you see a postposition so occurring as the postposition marking the subject of the sentence. This would be marked particularly when the verb is transitive and the tense is past. Okay. Uh, now this subject marking would not occur if the verb is intransitive. Even if it is past intense, it will not take this postposition marking to mark it as a subject. This marking, I would take it as ergative case, right? In the languages of the region, you have a similar phenomenon. That is, in Hindi also, ergative case is marked on the subject of a transitive verb when the tense is past. So, in Kumaoni and all, in languages like Kumaoni also, you have the same kind of, behavior. That is, the subject of the sentence would be marked with ergative only in case the verb happens to be transitive and the tense is past. Now, of particular note over here is that the marker, which is the postposition, which is acting as the ergative marker over here, it is also used for marking other relations like ablative, instrumental, and so on. And that is the postposition which is chosen to mark the ergative case for the subject of the sentence here is also functioning as the marker for marking semantic rules like instrumental, ablative, and also adverb, the marker accompanying adverbs. Like in Hindi, you say dhiri se. Se also can mark the instrument, and also ablative, ghar se ana. Okay, so similar is the case over here. Now, if you look at Kumaoni examples and also Nepali examples, you find the same behavior. Can you take me a little further? Yeah, just here. Yeah, look at the, yeah. Go to example number 46. Yeah. Here you have the Kumaoni example. He beat her vehemently with a stick. Look at the ergative marker, which is la here. It is also accompanying the nominal jore and also swate. That is, if I translate it into Hindi, it would be something like usne usko chhadi se jor se mara. Say, right? So, what is the marker for instrument, denoting instrument, or the adverb is also found as the ergative marker in this language. And same is the case in Nepali. Nepali, the ergative case marker is le, and it is also used as the instrumental case marker, instrumental postposition. Maile, kalamle, lekhe, right? So what you see here is that in Kumaoni, in Dharma, the case markers or postpositions which is being introduced to mark the ergative subject or the subject of the transitive sentence is modeled on the ones which are found in the languages of the region, that is either Kumaoni or Nepali. Then we see further case markers being developed for marking direct and indirect case. Initially it is jo over here. In 49 you have jiso chemejo kamara saf gamando lejo. I told the girl to clean the room. Now jo it is actually identified as a dative case in the literature starting from Pearson onwards. And in the current times also, people who have worked on Dharma have identified this particular case as dative. But you look carefully at the verbs which you have in these sentences. Those verbs are those which express notions like speak, fear, uh, and so on, which normally take in other languages, even including Kumani. Okay, but then what you see is that this case gets extended for subject of the experiencer construction also. That is, you have dative subjects for experiencer predicates, and that also gets marked with this particular case. So you can see that it is getting interpreted as a dative case. As a reaction in this language, in these, for these semantic rules like ablative, instrumental, and so on, a new case is introduced. And the new case which is introduced is the postposition co. Okay. Yeah, about dative case for the object and indirect object. In Kumaoni, there is literature telling you that these nominals were previously unmarked and they got marked with dative case under the influence of standard Hindi. And so probably that same practice has been extended to Dharma as well. Now, in Kumaoni and Nepali, for signifying semantic rules like instrument and associative and so on, the marker is different from the dative case. Yeah. Look at this example. Mantril Jabir Rajkumar the Pucho. Here the indirect object, the object of the verb to say, to ask over here is taking a different marker. It is te. It is not the same as the dative case, which is the dative case in this language is something like ma or me. Okay. So since in these languages the dative case is different from the ablative case or the instrumental case or the associative case, you see that in Dharma a new case has been introduced, which is ko. Ko is actually the marker for genitive in all the languages in this particular region. But then that particular case has been interpreted in this language, in Dharma, as a marker for, what do you call it? Yeah. Associative or ablative. Take me further. Next example, 60, I think it is 60. Yeah, 60, 64. Yeah. Go to 63. See, here the object of the verb is occurring with the case marker go. Go or ko, it is the same, right? So go is actually the initially or otherwise it is the case marker which or postposition which marks the genitive case. It has been adapted here as the marker for postposition for marking associative or instrumental, as you can gather from example 62. Ona so nurse say nurse ko, to the nurse. The mother made the nurse feed milk to the child. To the child is Nusko, right? So previously it would have been something like nurse J, nurse J. Now you have a new case marker taking its place, that is Co, and this particular balancing act over here has taken place to, sync with the languages of the region, right? So what you see here is that in Dharma, case markers are getting innovated in order to, synchronize with the case marking system in the other languages of the region. So it's a kind of, you find a kind of substratal influence as well as a suprastratal influence. Substratal influence is formed by the influences which you have by Kumaoni on this language, and then suprastratal influence is exerted by standard Hindi, which is the language of the media and the language of instruction over there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for this paper, and it has a very extensive research on the syntactic convergence between most of the Indian languages. Thank you so much. I think it is better if we take questions for these two papers now, because if we have to go through the examples and all, it would be better if we do it now itself. Okay, so yeah, so it's open for questions for the past two papers. You can ask questions to Sonal ma'am or to Sri Kumar sir.
Professor Sonal Kulkarni, my question is, actually the paper is very interesting that you can go beyond the traditional way of looking at borrowals in loan words and grammatical categories and go to something like narrative. My question is, see, iconicity, you have commented on it. Is there any chance that it can be a universal pattern?
But the way in which the nature of iconicity that we observe in the Kannada and Marathi narrations, I wonder whether it is very local. So for example, so that would be the short answer to your question. But But I wonder whether the strategies will be the same. The repetition of zappa, 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 or saukash, that kind of elongation. So I wonder whether these strategies are very local. Those perhaps are not universal. But of course, iconicity narrative would be a universal. Yeah. It is bidirectional. Right now, I hesitate in calling it bidirectional exchange. It appears to be a shared pattern. It's common to the narrations that I've collected in all three states. So, if I may ask a question to Dr. Sri Kumar, yeah, right? I found this very interesting, the case of case polysemy as a kind of convergence, but I was finding it difficult to keep up with the examples. So I just wanted to ask whether the point that you were making, a high contact area, like Pithodgarh or in Uttarakhand, does it lend, is there something special about a large number of languages lending themselves to case polysemy? What I have in mind is, in the course of the dialect survey, we found that the northern tip of the Konkan belt in Palghar district, we have a number of languages, tribal, non-tribal, coexisting. And there is immense case polysemy which has developed in that region. We also find the maximal preservation of old Marathi case markers in this region. So I'm just wondering whether you have been able to correlate case polysemy with demographic traits in some way. And the second question I had was that Dharma, you said, has innovated a lot of case markers, where Kumaoni and Hindi have polysemy. Like the same marker in Hindi. Mm-hmm.
Traditional instrumental case. Even with regard to Sanskrit, the same claim had been made. And but in these languages, you see the instantiation of that particular phenomenon. The postposition, which is used to mark instrumental or ablative case, that gets extended to mark even the ergative case.
Interesting thing was that Dharma is innovating case.
Yeah, Dharma has been innovating case, and of course, among the Tibeto-Burman scholars, I think Delancey had made the claim that Tibeto-Burman languages are very good at innovating case, new case markers, new case postpositions. So this may be perhaps an example for that particular phenomenon.
Since are you?
Yeah, initially, yeah, I couldn't read through my paper, but in my paper, I have identified the situation in Hyderabad with this, with the same sort of as that in Kupwar. That is, if you go with Gumper's and Wilson's claim, what you get there is the case of complete or complete convergence, and going over from one language to another involves nothing but replacing items which are intertranslatable or relexifications, right? But in your study, that is the paper that I read was Kupwar after 40 years, right? There you say that the situation has changed in the intervening period. So the change of situation, is it because the political boundaries have got redrawn over there?
Thanks for the question. The claim that I'm making is, I'm not saying that changes have happened in the intervening time. I wonder whether Gumper's and Wilson managed to capture one frame of this convergence situation, where Dravidian-like structures got added to the local Marathi, or Marathi-like structures got added to the local Kannada. Because the oldest speakers in my sample also have a very dominant Marathi-like or a dominant Kannada-like. Today I presented only the Marathi gender variable, but even for other variables you find that there's a good dominance of the home language. Variation is introduced from the language in the contact situation. Presently Maharashtra. It was a part of the Bombay presidency, so it was fluid. The second part of your question about the linguistic state formation, yes, where we have, I think, taken pride in a non-competitive, non-replacive kind of multilingualism, the linguistic state formation seems to have tampered with that pattern, certainly. There's a very marked, heavy shift towards the state languages.
This is a question to Mr. Kumar. See, we are teaching a course, Contact and Convergence here. So what you have presented is the outcome of your research. So to teach students contact syntax, what are the methodology which you can suggest, number one? Same as the question to you, because it is when you come to pedagogic purpose, contact and convergence linguistics are emerging as an area, but we don't have methodology at all to teach. So I think both of you can reflect, especially how convergence syntax can be explored. Same as the case.
Try to look at what are the constructions that are being employed in a particular situation. Like if it is the relative clause, it's the same thing. Like that is, you have to follow the basic premise on which typological research is conducted. You have to identify what a relative clause construction is, how is it getting expressed in languages at a particular place of language contact. You have to see which way the influence is and so on. Result, what else can you?
Is used as some kind of a reference. I think when the students are starting off understanding contact phenomena and their analysis, it's difficult to do away with the reference point entirely. But gradually it's very important. That was my own learning in contact linguistics. It's important for the students to realize that the standard is, the comparison of the standard and the dialect form is very often anachronistic. The standards are later development. They've undergone Sanskritization or some kind of cleansing has happened. So any such comparison remains artificial. So there's a weaning process that the students have to undergo, where we now encourage them to look, that's what I do when I teach, non-standard varieties in comparison with neighboring non-standard varieties. So the standard is required in the initial phase of the training, I believe. But if somebody else has a different experience, I'm quite happy I would like to know more about it. But the typological historical method has its pedagogical value.
Question is to Professor Sri Kumar, sir. Sir, I'm Shruti Sera. I'm a research scholar here. I'm working on evidentiality. So since you mentioned about the Uttarakhand language Dharma, Dharma is one such language where we can find that exclusive grammatical morphemes that can function as evidentials. Okay, and that is an aerial feature also. Dharma has got this particular feature from the neighboring countries, neighboring languages like Tibetan and Nepali. So I think when we talk about the syntactic convergence across the Bharatiya languages, it will be nice if we accommodate the languages of other countries. I mean the neighboring countries also, even if they belong to other language family. Like, Nepali, it belongs to the Indo-European, and this Dharma, it is Sino-Tibetan, and the Tibetan language, it's again Sino-Tibetan. So when we talk about the syntactic convergence across Bharatiya languages, I think it will be complete if we include the neighboring languages or the neighboring language families also, right?
If the language speakers are in constant contact with them for whatever purpose, then that influence may matter.
Yes, that is my question.
So you mean to say that evidentials in Dharma is there because it is
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
So I'm very happy to invite my Guru, Professor Keshavamurthy, to present his work. And we were together around 18 years. He made me doctorate. So I invite Professor Keshavamurthy sir to present his presentation on contact and convergence in the development of Telugu. Please. She will talk about you first. Keshavana, let her talk about her first.
It is a privilege to introduce Professor M.C. Keshavamurthy, Distinguished Professor of Linguistics, specializing in computational linguistics, machine translation, and lexical semantics. With a PhD in applied linguistics from the University of Hyderabad, his academic and research career spans over 2 decades, marked by significant contributions to Indian language technology and Dravidian linguistics. He has successfully led and coordinated several major national projects, including Telugu WordNet and the Indian Languages Corpora initiative funded by the Government of India. His work has played a key role in advancing language resources, machine translation systems, and lexical databases for Indian languages. Professor Murthy has an impressive scholarly record with 25 research articles, 7 books, and numerous papers in national and international journals and conferences. He has also guided doctoral research, contributed to endangered language documentation, and served as a resource person and keynote speaker at various academic forums. In addition to his research and teaching, he has actively contributed to academia through curriculum development, editorial roles, professional associations, and leadership positions, including serving as president of the Telugu Linguist Forum and secretary of the Dravidian Linguistics Association of India. Today, he will be speaking on the topic, Contact and Convergence in the Development of Telugu. I now invite Professor M.C. Keshavamurthy to kindly deliver his talk.
Now it's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sri Kumar. In fact, I was looking for a Telugu face here. Now there is no, by the end of the day, there is no Telugu face around here. Only one student is there. Yes, sir, yes. Sorry. So, okay. That's why, that's how there are so many. Okay, I'm talking about Telugu development only, but this topic is given by Sri Kumar after so much of conversation. So I have gone through the book published by BBS, and so even after that, I am given this topic to talk about Telugu development. Okay. To address many other students here and other non-Telugus. So I just give a brief introduction about what is Telugu, in fact. So it is a Dravidian language and widespread, approximately about 12, more than 12 crores people in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and all other neighboring states and all over the world. So it has 3 major regions, that is Telangana, Rayalaseema, and coastal district. So Telangana now it is become a separate state, and Telangana they are also celebrating Telangana language. That is Telangana now has become they believe that it is a separate language, not a dialect. So they are celebrating Telangana Language Day also. So similarly, there are with the 3 regions, we have 3 major dialects. So that is same with the same names, Telangana, Rayalaseema, and coastal dialect. So these coastal dialect and Rayalaseema are left over in Andhra Pradesh, and Telangana is just Telangana. So Telangana is majorly influenced by other languages that we will talk about in the next slides. So early expressions if we see in the Telugu, so that is Telugu literary, the literary Telugu is started in the 11th century AD with Adikavi Nannaya. That is how he started. Nannaya is the writer and Adikavi is the given name for him. So he started the work, and so he is given the name as Adikavi. So there are many genres developed after that, like Puranas, Kavyas, Shatakas, Dvipadas, Natakam, that is drama, novels, that is novellas, stories and short stories also. So after that, Shataka and Dvipadas, poetry type genres. If we see the linguistic significance of Telugu, especially, this is spread across so many countries like Fiji, Malaysia, Mauritius, Sri Lanka, UAE, and I am not talking about other major countries also. There are lot of Telugu public we see. So if we check one's historical background of Telugu language, that is Dravidian rooted one. So we claim that it is 400 BCE and evolved from pictorial scripts and engravings from engravings to current present form. So as Madam also mentioned that Maharashtra and Telugu land has some connections and convergences. So Maharashtra Prakrit anthology, that is Gada Saptasadi, mentioned so many Telugu words. So like Atta, Tuppa, Maila. So these are the Telugu words. Sorry, slide. Okay. These are the Telugu words mentioned in Gada Saptasadi of Maharashtra anthology. So Maharashtra Prakrit anthology. So Prakrit also there are some roots, there are influences on Telugu. So if you check once again cultural significance, Telugu is known for its rich literary tradition, and we first historically records dating back to 7th century AD. So 11th, so it sounds like a sweet word, so he called it as the Italian of the East. As suggested by Sri Kumar, I started with convergence and divergence factors to region, culture, gender, education, occupation, and socio-economic factors. Beyond that, there are I also encountered some other factors for the convergence and divergence. So I'll give with examples of these things. During my quest for this study, these are the questions I came across. How the same language can vary based on the same number of based on a number of situations. Same language. Same language can vary based on the number of situations. So situations are changing, language is same, but what are the key social factors that drive a social dialect to different directions, that is convergence or divergence. Convergence and divergence are two different directions. So this is the basic question for me, how the same language can vary. Variables such as region, religion, and just we talked about this, we can check it in the next slide. So the variables like language contact, That is making divergence. At the same time, same reason making convergence also. Reasons like social influence, cultural impact, education, media and technology, migration, economic factors, political and administrative influences, all these are now giving rise to divergence, at the same time convergence also. So this is the case with any language. Okay. So language contact sometimes make regional dialects evolve separately due to limited interactions. That is giving rise to divergence. At the same time, contact with other languages, Urdu, Hindi, English, and other interdialect communication blend vocabulary. So that makes us converge. So social influences, class, caste, and community differences, this will make divergence. So social integration and urbanization will encourage us to converge. Cultural impact. So local traditions and customs maintain unique linguistic features. At the same time, to converge, shared festivals and cinemas. These days, cinemas are influencing like anything. Hindi cinemas we have seen very recently. Pushpa, Bahubali, all these things are between Telugu and Hindi. So Telugu and convergence is really possible. That's what we are adapting Hindi terminology directly to Telugu. Like if some movie is hit, Dabang. So we are using Dabang in Telugu. Some hit. So similarly, so there are so many such titles also we are directly using in that impact is there that makes us converge. At the same time, traditions and customs remain unique, so linguistic features diverge. So education also, lack of standardized teaching leads to divergence. Standardized Telugu in schools reduces differences. Media and technology, that will also certainly help us to diverge and converge. So migration, isolation of rural community, preserve dialectal uniqueness. Migration between Andhra, Telangana and other places mixed dialects. So if there is a migration, that is obviously a convergence. Economic factors, unique development and creates rural-urban linguistic gaps. So at the same time, employment, trade and business, that is due to these things, the interactions will demand for a common medium, that is convergence. Political reasons are certainly makes us diverge. Regional policies may highlight local dialects. Government promotion of Telugu as a unified language strengthens convergence. So these are the factors, same factors, making us to see the diverse and convergence reasons. Other languages we see which influence Telugu are Sanskrit. Sanskrit profoundly impact on literary Telugu, contributing a vast number of abstract philosophy and religious words. Obviously for Malayalam and Telugu, Sanskrit is a major contributor for giving vocabulary. And Prakrit early influence, especially in ancient inscriptions and early literature, shaping foundational vocabulary. There Prakrit was helpful, and Urdu, Persian, Arabic and so many other terminologies entered into Telugu lexicon during medieval Islamic rule, introduced terms and administrative, military and daily life. So here I have some examples for daily life and some questions for this Urdu, Arabic and Persian influence. English also has influenced us, influenced Telugu, particularly modern influence, provided words for technology, governance and contemporary concepts like road in English, Telugu also it is roaddu, and hospitalu, station, computer. There are so many hundreds of words are there borrowed from English and nativized. Dravidian roots. Telugu retains many native Desi words from its Proto-Dravidian origins, forming one core of spoken language outside borrowed terms. So, when you see the influence impact on Telugu, Telugu draws from native roots. Sanskrit, both Tatsama and Tadbhava words are there in Telugu, and borrowings from Urdu and English. So Tatsama words there are, after Sri Kumar asked me to work on this, I checked in the dictionary. I started finding where is Telugu in fact. I started looking for other languages, what are the languages influenced, but Telugu is less in dictionary actually. So Telugu words are very less. So there are Desi words I am trying to find, but that is the need of the hour. We have to include Desi words in dictionaries, and there are lots of English, Sanskrit, and Urdu words were there in dictionaries. And former colloquial registers. The literary tradition of Telugu reflects deep Sanskrit roots, and it contrasts to spoken Telugu, so which blends native form of English and Hindustani borrowings. So Telugu has the unique nature like adaptability. Telugu readily assimilates vocabulary, adapting Sanskrit and borrowed words with the native grammatical endings and interactions, fostering continuous linguistic evolution. So, for example, road is an English word, and that has become roaddu now in Telugu. Plus, if we add a plural suffix to it, that has become rodlu. Similarly, there are plenty of words you can hear itself. We can lightlu, fanlu. Like there are kurchilu. Kurchi is some Urdu word, Parsi word, and now it has become kurchilu. So convergence, in the name of convergence, we have already borrowed a word from Parsi or Urdu or English. Again, there we are adding Telugu inflections to it, and we are nativizing and neutralizing it as a Telugu word only. So, in fact, dictionary is also full of these examples. So if you take another word like pen, pennu, plus plural suffix lu. Pen in English has become pennu, and lu with pennulu. There is no morphophonological changes here, whereas rodu has taken some morphophonological changes, so it has become rodlu. So in Urdu, Telangana dialect has taken lots of Urdu words, and it has a convergence towards Urdu and divergence towards standard Telugu. So same language, same reason, but it has become convergence, at the same time divergence. So jera sepu, jera is Urdu word, and sepu is Telugu word, and it has become a compound, and we've been using it comfortably, jera sepu. Like kursi, it has become kurchi in Telugu. Khabar, khabar is news, and kaburu is again chit chat, and kaburlu is chit chat in Telugu. So sifarishlu, munisif, munasabu. So many Urdu words are taken into Telugu and neutralized and nativized also. So as Professor Sri Kumar sir also mentioning that Deccani Telugu and syntactic level also there are some convergences. Kaiku, in Deccani Telugu we use kaiku, that is kyom. In fact, mereku, mujhe has become mereku. Mujhe has become mereku. So that ku is the case marker in Telugu, and it has become mereku. Mereku is in fact ungrammatical to see, but it is nativized, and people very commonly use day to day life. That is the word we've been using in Telugu. That is in Telangana, it is very popularly used. Kaiku. Kaiku is also there in cinematic language and daily life, even youth terminology. So youth are using this terminology. So Meraku is very informal, but people are using it. So in fact, I have major questions here. I felt there are administrative terminology may be borrowed because of other rulers who ruled Andhra Pradesh, like Urdu, Nizams and all these things. But what happened is, when I checked for other domains, agriculture also impacted. So agriculture terminology also has lots of borrowings, like directly using agriculture terminology. But I have a question in my mind. Agriculture is the native day-to-day works of Andhra Pradesh and Telugu people. But why these people have taken agriculture terminology also? Like Jaribu, that is a kind of a land. So people may be having name for that in Telugu, but still the Jaribu Nela, that government is directly using in advertisements or notices. So all these things, Jaribu Nela, Kharif, Rabi, these are all the seasons. But Kharif, Rabi, government is using, your CM Chandrababu Naidu is daily using Kharif, we are giving water to Kharif season, Rabi season. So Kharif and Rabi are the terminology of non-native Telugu. So these are all taken from other languages. So I still have a question, why this agricultural terminology has come into play. So maybe administrative terminology can come, there is a lot of possibility, but so I started working on different domains also, why this has happened. So after this, we'll next. We'll talk about the historical lineage of Telugu. It has a Proto-Dravidian heritage. Telugu belongs to Dravidian language family alongside Tamil, Telugu, Kannada and Tulu. These are one of the major languages, major literary languages. So it has Proto-Dravidian heritage. Linguists have traced roots of these languages to the Indian subcontinent more than 4,000 years ago. So it is based on Proto-Dravidian heritage. 4,000 years is based on Proto-Dravidian heritage. So inscriptional origins also there. Telugu earliest traces are found in 6th century CE inscriptions written in Brahmi script, the progenitor of numerous Indian scripts. Brahmi is used for so many other scripts. So if we check classical age of Telugu, earliest literatures were initiated in the 11th century AD. That is evidently found there. So based on this only, Telugu has become a classical Telugu. So key figures like Nannaya, who translated Mahabharata into Telugu. So this is the first text in Telugu. And then Tikkana continued it, and Errapragada, so who completed it. So there are 3 trios completed Mahabharata into Telugu. So that is the 11th century's work. And medieval, there are medieval influences. If we check, during the medieval period, Telugu literature flourished under the patronage of various dynasties, including Kakatiyas and Vijayanagara empires. Vijayanagara empires are Sri Krishna Deva Raya, and Kakatiyas, Warangal, there are lots of evidences that they ruled, and they encouraged so many courtyards for Telugu poetry also. The period saw the rise of devotional literary and poetry influenced by Bhakti movements. So historical shift from medieval to early modern, that is Bhakti movement. Bhakti movement, Annamacharya, that is Tirumala, Tirupati poems are done by Annamacharya, and Potana, Tyagaraja also they have done kirtanas. So this is Bhakti movement, and these are the major contributions from that period, and influences of other languages. Telugu was influenced by Sanskrit due to historical interactions and the patronage of Telugu-speaking kings and scholars who were well versed in Sanskrit. Those days only Sanskrit was known to the rulers, so it was the influence. So this continuum and colonial to modern times, colonial influence, that is British colonial period, brought English and more Western influences to Telugu. This period saw the standardization of Telugu grammar. I can say this is standardization of Telugu grammar because there are lots of dialects. Not only I mentioned there are three major dialects, that Telangana, Rayalaseema and coastal, but if you see every district has, which is sharing border with some other states, there is a dialectical change. So I see, even you take one Kurnool, there are three dialects apart from the major dialects. So we can see like that. So legendary scholars like C.P. Brown, who collected terminology and prepared dictionaries for Telugu for the first time, and with this Telugu terminology has come into light, and C.P. Brown is great enough to contribute for Telugu, and he also contributed Vemana Shatakas, that is he unearthed Vemana Shatakas and published, and so much of Desi terminology to the world. So literary reforms during 19th and 20th century, Telugu literature underwent significant reforms with the keywords like writers Gidugu Ramurthy, who argued for spoken Telugu, and Gudajada Apparao, he also wrote very popular novels, and that was made popular, and almost everybody in the Telugu states are aware of what is that novel. So who simplified and standardized language usage in Telugu grammar. So social reforms movements in 20th century also saw the rise of social reform movements that influenced Telugu literature and language. Writers like Chelam explored themes of social justice and reforms. Kandukuri Virashalingam and Tirupati Ramaswamy, Tapi Dharmarao, these are the leading Telugu Renaissance writers. So after that we see the dawn of independence. After independence, linguistic states formed in India, and Telugu land is one more, and Telangana is separated in 2014, and this led to increased emphasis on the promotion and preservation of Telugu language. Telugu is dialectically now bifurcated, and as I mentioned in the first slide itself, Telangana is now they claim it is a language. So this threat is always there for Telugu. Telugu is weakening now. So modern literature, contemporary Telugu literature includes a variety of genres, including novels, short stories, poetry and plays. Modern writers such as Endamuri Virendranath and Ravuri Bharadwaja have contributed richness to the Telugu literature with diverse themes and styles. So the technological advancement we have been watching these days, and in the 20th century, 21st century, this is the future for Telugu language, and we want it on the digital platform. Telugu, we want to see Telugu on the digital platform. So Telugu has several dialects, not only three, including those spoken in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and vibrant in vocabulary, pronunciation and usage. So dialects have evolved differently due to geographical, cultural and historical factors. Modern standard Telugu have led to the development of modern standard form used in education, media and official communication, while regional dialects continue to thrive in everyday life. So there are lots of regional dialects people are using, but it is not seen in the public domain like newspapers and TV channels. So after cultural renaissance, Telugu literature and cultural practices are being nurtured, even as modern creativity is encouraged. So in the case of globalization, the Telugu diaspora has played a role in spreading the language globally, leading to a blend of traditional and contemporary influences. The evolution of Telugu reflects a dynamic interplay of historical developments, cultural exchanges, and socio-political changes. From its ancient roots to its modern form, Telugu has continuously adapted and enriched itself, maintaining its significance as a major language in South India. So I have some suggestions for development of Telugu after the revitalization. These are revitalizing the curriculum and digital horizons, publishing initiatives. This must be considered for the future of the standard Telugu. So literary initiatives for promotion, creative writing competitions, literary gatherings, and campus literary programs where schools and colleges are located, and the technical assistance, language tools, internet tools, apps are to be developed, and almost Telugu is in such a position now. It is in the digital platform with all such language tools, dictionaries, blogging, and machine translation systems. There are so many machine translation successful systems for Telugu, and it is 80 to 90% of the success rate we have seen for translating Telugu. So internet tools also there, and apps are also available. So community responsibility, if we talk about community responsibility, language promotion, cultural programs, and social media are the responsible platforms to develop Telugu language. So I suggest linguistic recognition to promote the use, promote language use, and the government offices and official communications. This is for some extent it is very less used in government offices. Like if compared to Tamil, it is very less used in government offices and notices, public domains. So it is a request, even requested government also to promote Telugu. Government also now taken steps for promoting Telugu in government official communications. And funding for language growth, secure dedicated funding and state supported for initiatives that strengthen Telugu language development. So celebrating Telugu in other manner like this, Telugu Language Day, Mother Tongue Day, language promotion helps us to promote Telugu. So there are certain similarities with other languages, like with Sanskrit. Telugu has borrowed significant number of words from Sanskrit, especially in formal and literary context. Many Telugu words retain their Sanskrit roots, and we have been using Sanskrit words only, but we don't know. Many of us don't know what this is Telugu or Sanskrit. It is like that. So many Sanskrit words are nativized now. With Kannada also, there is a geographical proximity. Telugu and Kannada share similar scripts, though they are not mutually intelligible. Scripts are almost similar. With Tamil belong to the Dravidian family. Telugu has more Sanskrit influence, whereas Tamil has maintained a purer Dravidian structure. So with Hindi, due to India's linguistic diversity and Bollywood influences, modern Telugu has incorporated Hindi words, especially in urban dialects. So people, even my next generation also, they are using, and my senior generation also, they are using Hindi words into day-to-day life. So the extensive contact between two languages will result in linguistic convergence and tend to result in linguistic divergence for another language. So when it is contacting with one language, that is convergence, and when it is deteriorating with one language, that is divergence. So the convergence always shows the adjustment and unity. Divergence shows the segregation and division of culture, language, and individuality. It will trace the development of the dialect. So divergence transmits a feeling of parting, extraction. So these are my conclusions. There are so many other conclusions also. Again, that will be a repetition for you. So, thank you. Bhakti movement, sir. 16th, 15th, 16th, sir. Exactly, sir.
And which language was used primarily for in the Bhakti movement?
Telugu just started, sir. Telugu only.
Any other language? In
Sanskrit, obviously. Sanskrit was dominating. Little bit of Prakrit. Very little bit of Prakrit. Sanskrit is dominating. Telugu is just influenced. So that is how we all could chant those kirtanas. Otherwise, these priests, whatever they say, we don't understand also. That is what's still happening in Sanskrit. That is not Telugu, but still we are learning and chanting.
So thank you for your talk. In the course of your talk, sir, you talked about the vocabulary related to the domain of agriculture.
Yeah,
and you observed that some of the vocabulary is Persian. But I just, to share this, I mean, Professor Krishnamurthy's dialect survey of Telugu,
yes,
which uses occupational vocabulary,
yes,
and agriculture, types of soil is one domain that he has covered.
Yes.
And I distinctly remember that there are Telugu words for soil. So I wonder whether this might be, since you said it comes out in government advertisements, the usage of Persian words.
Yes.
I wonder whether it is register specific or some kind of a diagnostic situation. The use of Persian in administrative contexts and the use of what you call Deshi words in other contexts.
I don't see a diagnostic condition there, in fact. So there are only certain terms for season, Kharif and Rabi. Maybe other languages also using the same terminology, I think.
Yes.
Yes. But Mughal influence.
Yeah, but correct. But only in formal domains looks like the Persian vocabulary is used. Yes. Administrative terms. Exactly. That's what I wanted to say.
Kabul. Yes. Yes, sir. Okay.
Bhaini Kala, Bhaini Khurd. Khurd means small, Kala means big.
Yes.
Do you also have
no, sir,
place names like this?
No.
Maharashtra. Kala and
No, we don't have it yet.
Just one more question, sir. You talked about inscriptional evidence. Have any multilingual, multiscriptal inscriptions been found in the Telugu-speaking region? Multilingual and multiscriptal.
No, madam.
No?
No, only Brahmi Lipi was there.
Okay. All right.
Some pictorials are there. Pictorial evidences are there.
Okay.
So that is deciphered into again.
Okay.
purification Telugu movement?
No. Acha Telugu is there, but that's not a movement.
No, it is once upon a time it did no.
Jana Telugu, Acha Telugu are there, but for this spoken language there is a movement, sir. Spoken Telugu there was a movement. That is the only movement we remember still.
One thing, while discussing with the Keso earlier, one thing we found that Telugu provide a very ample evidence of the pre-Sanskrit Prakrit, because see, Telugu we have brick Ittiga. Ittiga is come from Prakrit, not Ishtiga. Sanskrit we have Ishtiga, Prakrit we have Ittiga. Telugu have a heavy borrowing from Prakrit, not from Sanskrit. Yes. So Telugu with the early stage of formation, it was in contact with the Prakrit. Malayalam was later stage, it was in contact with the Prakrit. Sanskrit form. So that is the reference.
For that matter, Kannada stands first.
So the contact of Sanskrit with the Indian languages have a not in a homogeneous way. Different time, different domain, different way it was changed.
Nagarjuna's place is also there, and it had number of other places of learning, for Buddhist scriptures.
Yes.
So influence of Pali may be there,
Pali may be.
Pali has lots of geminates.
Yes, sir.
So
Buddha places are so many in Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah.
Literary language. So our loan words are only for the literary purposes.
Now it is
Pali, Prakrit and all, the priests, Buddhists and the Jains, all over South India and even Ceylon, they were preaching in Prakrit and Pali, whereas Sanskrit was never spoken in South India. Only for literary purposes we were using. One thing. Second thing I have doubt, you have stated the leveling of dialects and all, we can have inter-language contact and inter-language contact, of course. But as far as these loan words are concerned, can we have in the strict sense as convergence? Thousands of loan words a
yes,
language
sir, yes,
takes.
sir, yes.
Whether can be included as a, whether for convergence unidirectional alone, if that comes, can we have it? Or just like marriage, both the parties should have some relation. The only one from one language you are borrowing from English alone. Then can we have the loan words? For instance, what your main thrust area was on loan words for convergence. Whether can we strictly take these loan words are due to convergence as such when compared to other types of features. Sharmaji has to say, can we have all these loan words?
So in a literature on language contact and convergence, we find the term convergence used loosely and strictly. In a loose sense, we find any reduction of dissimilarities described as convergence. In a very strict sense, only if there's cross-language family contact and lexical accompanied by structural, that convergence is used. Otherwise, if it's lexical, only borrowing. But these days we find any reduction of similarity is being described as convergence.
So it is convergence.
Yes. Yeah.
The borrowing is affected as a lexical replacement, then what we would call?
If replacement is by a borrowed word, then the earlier word becomes obsolete or obsolete. Less frequent. Less frequent. Maybe both the words are retained and they are used in like Hava and Vayu, both are why we will less use. So that's what I'm saying, that frequency will decide the usage of the word in the, as part of the lexicon. If earlier word,
no, when we talk about obsolete words, and the process what is making, and then the lexical replacement has a hegemonic functional level. That we cannot deny.
When the words of the first series become obsolete, they are not part of the usage, then it is due to convergence. Because of the impact, they have been borrowed and now they are retained, they are integral part of the lexicon. So the impact is such that the earlier words are no more.
Sir, if the loan word is remain as tatsama, and if the loan word has become a tadbhava, then how do you differentiate the process?
This may also be the case in some languages.
No, sir. In Malayalam, even in South India, this is a very particular thing.
Even in North Indian languages also.
Yeah. If the process is borrowing, it's very easy to hold. But the process can affect in a language in two ways. Either by making it as a tathava, by nativizing the word, or by just keeping assets as a tatsama. Yeah, that's why I am asking. If it is a convergence process.
More likely that's it's a long-term process.
Sorry. Chronological adaptation. So what will be? Convergence has been traditionally associated with cultural borrowing.
I doubt that along with this, you see, as far as we are concerned, when two languages are in contact, we assume that these two languages are spoken languages, in contact. But as far as we are concerned, Sanskrit, as far as South India is concerned, even for North India, was never a spoken language. In South India, but that means there is no contact as far as spoken contact between two communities. All these Sanskrit words in Malayalam or Telugu or Kannada, we have borrowed abundantly, but through literary language. When Sanskrit, we have studied Sanskrit, but not as a spoken language, as a literary language. And all these words, when we write, we have not from any spoken communication, unlike the other contact situations. From a literary language we borrow. Whether can it be, that was my question, can we take it as a convergence model as far as that is concerned? A written language borrow. Once upon a time, the language was fixed, and of course, their literary language, and from there, for our literary purposes, we borrow it. Whether such, as we have pointed out, some structural differences, etc., to be used, or whether it can be strictly restricted to spoken languages when languages are in contact.
See, there are interesting cases from history. By the time of Buddha, languages started evolving. So in case of Mahayanis, because they were challenging the authority, the Buddha challenged the authority of the existing scholars, so they avoided the Sanskrit. And they adopted Pali. But since Mahayanis got separated from the Theravadins, so they decided, because they wanted to have their own identity, so they followed Sanskrit. They adopted Sanskrit. And they got even the earlier discourse of Buddha was recorded in Sanskrit only, but later converted to Pali. Whereas Mahayanis got all the entire literature converted to Sanskrit. So it depends upon how things, and the same is the case of Hebrew in Israel. Now it has become a spoken language. Yeah, but dictate is a different thing. Anyway, it was a good.
This is what we have intended. Bharatiya Bhasha Pariwar is a platform where whatever we have not been discussed earlier, the contact and convergence should emerge as an area of mainstream in linguistics. That is the reason I am very thankful to Sonal ma'am, because she made the methodology foundation of the contact linguistics to which the youngsters has to move. Especially in Kasaragod, we have to argue as a microlinguistic area. So the foundation is given on the presentation of the methodology. Thankful to you, ma'am. So we are offering a course, contact linguistics. Hope our next months will take it at this. Thank you for it, ma'am. And then Shiva Randan, Dr. Professor Shivkumar, syntactic convergence is not an easy, process to get a thorough grounding on syntax, otherwise you cannot describe. Secondly, you should have a capacity to deal many languages. Since he born in Andhra Pradesh, brought up in different parts of India, and you have done it, so you made it more mysterious. You have to get into that one. It is not easy to work in contact and convert syntax. Thank you for making us enlighten that the possibility and potentials of the contact linguistics syntactic successor. And the last, Professor Keshamurthy, my teacher, my supervisor. See, we Malayalam and the Telugu are the two languages to which it was in high contact with Sanskrit and different levels of Sanskrit. So we have been discussing about how Malayalam, Sanskrit, Telugu are different in the contact situation, and we need this type of one presentation on all Indian languages, how contact made this language to develop. It is something like a model foundation we have made it. Thank you for the presentation you have made, and thanks for the leading the session and all the participants, professors, all are here. And tomorrow we'll proceed. And now there is one more things to be honor the presenters. Okay, so please.
So we shall now proceed to the presentation of a small token of appreciation and respect. May I respectfully invite Professor K. Srikumar to kindly come forward and present a sari to Professor Sonal Kulkarni Joshi ma'am. And I invite Professor Sonal Kulkarni Joshi ma'am to receive the same. May I respectfully invite Professor Sonal Kulkarni Joshi ma'am to present the Ponnada to Professor K. Srikumar. May I further request Dr. P. C. Kumar to kindly present the Mundu to Professor M. C. Kesavamurthy. So with this, we come to the end of day 1, session 1. So as we conclude this session, I sincerely thank all our speakers, delegates, and organizers for making it a success. We will continue the session tomorrow. May the ideas shared today and connections made here inspire your future work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.